hello, and welcome. Hello, hello, oh my god. I didn't expect that. Hi. It's the King Panda, oh my god. Bait, thank you. Oh, hello everyone. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Bait the Bear. Hi, Dima the Tiger. Who? Okay. Alright, Takobi, you insane. Ooh. You missed, Leon. Hi, Leon. Oh my god, hi everyone. Oh, I wasn't ready. River Spooky, hi, Hikiran the Argonian, nice, hi. You finally your fantasy? I finally my last fantasy? I never played my fantasy though. I'm gonna cry. I live for this kind of music. Very, very nice. Dark Scintilla, hi. Early chaos, isn't it? Early chaos. Hi. Hi, Pinky. Thanks, Tagobi. Appreciate. Also, welcome in. Hi, everyone. I love Toad Sings. Me too. Me too. You feel at home? Nice. I'm good. Good to know. Good to know. Oh man. I hope you are doing good. I'm a little bit. I feel a little bit unwell today, but all good. Just a little bit. That's why I'm a little bit late today. Throat feeling a little bit weird. Can we just have my ear bleed fun times? It's all good. It's all good kind of ear bleed fun times, isn't it? My boss had to listen to it. What did they think about the Toad singing, Leo? Sorry, not sorry. Hi, Turbo Fatty. Hi, Foxy. Having a weird gaze treatment. Well, hey, you cannot blame me for that. I mean, maybe I'm partially at fault. Also, welcome everyone. My name's Droxen. I'm a kobold. I do a bunch of games. I do a lot of different games. I play variety of games, and also I do art occasionally, like this kobold right here. I did. So yeah. What's the Bluetooth speaker? Well. My condolences, Leon. my condolences to you. Gosh, thanks again, Takobi, for the early 250 biddies. My god. You're reciting now, bye. Oh, bug. Oh god. Oh god, Leon. No, Leon. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you're gonna resign? Wait, for real though? Holy shit. No, not for... Where's shout out? Oh, it's shout out. Oh, bug, I forgot about it. Here, I'll get things. My brain is not working still. It's still pretty early for me. Well, not really early. It's like 12:30 in the afternoon already. Sorry. Thanks for the raid again. Very early raid. Oh. I'll be thinking as I'm getting some knobs and after stream care, having an amazing stream. Thank you, King Panda. Big thankies. Take care of yourself. Get that post stream care. Want me? You want to play this? Narix bought it for me. I wanted to try it out. Also, hi, McLarge. I never play any Final Fantasy games though. Like I only play a little bit of Final Fantasy 14. See, like one to redeem. It's like my favorite. One of my favorite. It's a little bit pricey, but it's worth the biddies, I would say. Oh, did you? But I think Narix bought this for me like a few days ago. This particular game anyway. Still crying over the don't redeem. Don't cry, Leon. Here, you want pet? Here, I'll redeem pet for myself. I'll redeem pet for myself. Yeah, look at that. How about that? I'm so terrible. I hope you are doing good, by the way. Alright, all good, all good. Okay, CC is on. Alright, didn't forget about CC this time. Very, very nice. I hope I'm not missing anything. Yeah. Gonna turn heads into office. Alright. All good, all good. Let me close this real quick. I wonder if my PC can handle this game. This game doesn't seem too resource intensive, I think. Me and Deep Cash, but Twitch still won't load your stream. Sometimes very annoying. Which Twitch is being stinky. Twitch is stinky. Babysit the tab. Sorry. Okay. So sorry for being late today. Honestly, all right. I'll try to get better. I'll try to. Anyway, I'm gonna open up the game real quick. Where is it? What's the FPS issue streaming? COD. Oh, Curse of the Dead Gods on Discord. But I don't think if much issues. We'll see about that, right? If it has too much issue, then I'll just have to convert myself from 3D to 2D. Gonna flatten myself a little bit. Maybe a bit tight on your PC if everything. I did get it for you, but you refunded it because you were playing Hades and thought you had too many games. Wait, I refunded it? Oh shit. I didn't know that. Oh, bug. I don't remember. Did I decline the game? I don't remember though. Shit. Is there a way to check history? Oh, bug. You know what? Let me check my Hotmail real quick. Because if I receive a gift, I will. It will show. If I search for Steam, it should show. Steam. Alright, Steam. Okay, let's see. Receive a key. During the Hades time, during the time when I was playing Hades, that should not be too long ago. So, is it before I received Okami? I received Portal, receive Ahead in Time, Binding of Isaac. I just realized I received so many games, it's crazy. Oh my god. I received Forewarn. Forewarn is like so long ago though. I believe it's like right after Forewarn. Okay, let me double check again. Metal Slug is for my sister, so it's way before Metal Slug. Oh yeah, I received Neo. I should try the game out. Fuck, I forgot. That I gifted my friend a game, but it's not gifted because I don't know why he doesn't want to buy the game on Steam, and then he wants me to buy. He wants me to gift it for him, and then he online transfer money for me. Weird, but I did it anyway. It's no, that's not it. I didn't receive the email for that. No. Maybe there's something happened when you're trying to give me the game, I guess. Sorry, still. Rising Revengeance is on sale for $7. I cannot see it. It's not available in Asia. I'm gonna cry. It's okay. I'll find a way to play it. Well, I mean, of course I know how to play it, but still, like, I know a way to play it, but you know, I'll be a yar. Does Steam send mail for declined things? No, but Steam will always inform me when I receive the copy, and then I get to accept or decline. So that's how I know if people gifted me something, because sometimes on my phone I'll receive an email saying that, oh, I received a copy of this, and then I have to go home, and I have to, like, once I reach home I have to, like, either accept or decline. That's how I know that when people gifted me stuff. So that's why me check. That's why I did check my email just now, right? It's okay lah. I mean, at least now I can get to try it. So Narix did mention that this game is something about top-down, roguelike, shooty bang bang game. I don't know. It's what I heard anyway. I'm gonna try it. Okay. Let me just... and then change. I'm here now. Oh my god, stinky. Wow. Swing or splosh. Oh yeah. Swing or splosh. Ah yeah, that's right. Takobi, insane. You stinky. It's kind of similar to Monhan. Oh, top-down Monhan. Ah, okay. I'm gonna try it. Still, I've been vibing to this music for so long. Like, I do prefer the first Masantor Village theme. Awakening, right? Yeah, Awakening. More emphasis on dodge or blocking. I want to try it. I'm gonna try it. Oh, can I play this game with a controller? Probably. I'm not gonna use my Heihachi controller if I can. Got stamina management. Oh, it's Dark Souls. Stamina Dark Souls. I need to disconnect my Heihachi controller real quick. Any USB noises is from my end at this point. Alright, that's mine. don't get confused. Mine. Enemy. Oh, sorry. Sorry, stamina bar, but pips. So it's like each dodge costs 1 bar, something like that. Got my purple controller. Let's go. Very nice. Oh, I can. Nice. This looks like Hades. Is game loud? Can you guys hear the game? Oh, everything on high quality. I don't know. I just realized, Narix, you said that your PC is like struggling a little bit again when you're playing this game. Your PC is like mega chunk, and then my PC is like bebe. It's just Discord. I'm on Twitch opening like 10,000 things. Oh, that's gonna be a bit of a problem. Oh, Discord is shit encoder. Oh, that makes sense. I'll put it in 80%. It looks like Hades. Is it by the same dev? Like, even the art style reminds me of... Oh my god. Ooga booga?
Ooga booga.
Ooga booga? Roxy's who? Oh my god, 19 months. Big thankies. Also, you little shit. Thanks, Roxys. We think Steam tried to recommend this to me a lot. Oh. Which way am I running? What just happened? Did I get locked inside? It is Hades. Oh, I have a gun. Oh shit. Okay, looking cool, looking cool. Oh my god, it is Dark Souls. Oh, this game is just like Dark Souls. It's like back to 20 what? 2016? I won't tell you anything until you ask. Alright, I appreciate that, McLunch. Thank you. Or misinformed. Alright. Big appreciate on that one. I want to say stuff also. Big thank yous. Thank you, thank you. Let me suffer, right? Let me suffer for this game. It's not like I'm a masochist or something. Me can't even say anything or me say nothing. You will say stuff. Go to bed, little girl. I'll make you eat your veggies. Well, joke's on you. I like veggies. Hi, Barnaby. Trust me, if we helped you, you're gonna suffer. Okay, good. Very, very nice. That's what I like to hear. Good. I like veggies. Veggies very nice. Hope you're doing good, Barnaby. Eat your peas. I don't get why people hate peas. I mean, I guess I can kind of see why. But then again, they're not too bad. Everyone going to be eating veggies then? Why? I mean, good, I guess. Sleepy? Oh, me too. Did I lose a hand? Oh my god, did I lose a hand? Oh! That's kinda scary. Just let me destroy everything real quick. Okay, burn this. How did veggies lead to sad? I guess Roxas is a meat man. Roxas is like the meat man. I mean, to be fair, when not all is bitter. I mean, to be fair, when we went, oh shit, when we went out, you only like meat so much. Remember Firm? Yeah. We're going to find meat. Light reveals hidden traps. Standing in darkness increase all damage you take. Watch out for the indicator at the bottom of the screen to know if you stand in the light or in darkness. Oh, okay. Use a torch action to equip and attack with your torch. You can spread fire to braziers or enemies. Elements on fire spread light around. Oh, shit. That's one. Okay, I'm in the light. Corn is better. Corn is sweet. Checkmate, Roxas. Checkmate. Use dodge action to quickly roll and evade enemy attacks or traps. Each star requires 1 stamina point. Yep. Visual the feet of your character. 1 stamina is depleted. You cannot dodge anymore. Stop attacking or dodge. Attacking also affects. Oh shit. Okay. What's dodge again? I can still move around, right? Okay, yeah. Attack actions. Equip attack with your weapons. Chain multiple main attacks to trigger a powerful finisher. Shoot with your ranged weapon. Finishers and ranged attack require some 1 stamina point, okay. I have 1,000 health though. I'm so stonk. hold main attack for a while, then release trigger charge attack. 170 point. Perfect time to trigger a more damaging perfect shot. Oh no, I'm so terrible at this. It is Hades. Change the secondary attack after a series of main attack to trigger the unique offhand combo. 170 point. I need to roll more. Okay. After series of main attack trigger an offhand combo. Oh my god. Oh, when I stop moving, they will actually target me. I add sugar to make it sweet corn. Isn't sweet corn like you add butter or margarine to it? I think butter. To evade enemy attacks. Successfully evading attack triggers a perfect dodge which restore 170 point. Oh my god, okay. There's parrying in this game? Oh, I win. Use parry action in very last moment to counter enemy attacks. Weakens the enemy, it will take more damage for a short time and restore 270 points. Yo. What is parry? Parry... Oh. Oh, okay. Don't shout. Oh, okay, like that. Oh, okay, there's parry. Continue to the end of the room, start a journey through the temple. Use interaction on the central marker of the room to call for more training enemies. Nah, I'm good. So here is where I'd like to say something, though it should be obvious. Everything can parry, but it's a very short window to parry. The shield is slightly longer frame in this parry. Shield? Oh, you mean I can change weapon for this game? Oh, okay, there's multiple weapons. I'm in love. Initiation. We're rich. Crystal skulls are powerful artifacts you can collect from fallen enemies, are bound to your character and persist even after death. Between each exploration, you can trade crystal skulls in the underworld in exchange for permanent upgrades. Jade rings are given to the dead gods to those who overcome the trials of the temple. Jade rings are bound to your character, persist after death. Jade rings gain new gear. Okay. Ooh, I'm liking this. So they say when I'm in the dark, I take more damage, right? Yeah, I take more damage and I cannot see well. Oh, that's kind of scary. Each sample is an assembly of room linked together, so it is like Hades. Okay. I think I'm okay with this. Gold or relic? I like gold. You notice when you're in the dark on light with the symbol at the bottom middle. Yeah. Now changing weapons sounds like an interesting approach for a game like this. Most have multiple by normal. True. Even Hades has multiple weapons to use. I like money. I want money. Did I hug money? Watch out for your corruption gauge at the bottom right of the screen. Each door you go through increase your corruption. For each full gauge you become corrupted and crossing the next door will curse you? Whoa. Hey yo, alright. Safe available. Assist mode? Maybe not. Oh, I can two-hand weapon. Oh, oh my god. Final curse. So this is curse. This is relic. This is weapons. Alright, okay. Greed kill. After defeating the enemy, the greed kill timer starts. Chain kills to increase your greed kill count. Increase the gold released by enemies. Hitting enemies, perfect dodges, and parries to fuel the timer. Greed kill series reset if timer drops off or if you take damage. Whoa. But there's no enemies. Oh, yo, that's a bomb. Alright. Mouse 1, mouse 2. Oh shit. So maybe it's like... Maybe it's like sword gun. Learning by exploding? Yeah. Oh, that's corrupt. Okay. I did get greedy. XY is a quick way to push enemies away. This one. Mouse 1, mouse 1, mouse 2. It's like a shotgun. And then stuff's like, whoa. You can end your combo anytime early by using a secondary weapon. Bomb.
Hello and welcome.
Robican Emican, hi. Sorry if I put your name. Thanks for the follow, appreciate. I wonder, is that a chest? Oh, money. Weapon? Seeker's Mace? Oh. Take. Oh, it's slower. All good, all good. I never heard of it. What? Such a cute kobold. Wow. Thank you. Higher base usually? Yeah. Thanks. I like being a cute kobold as well. I don't like that. Projectiles, okay. Don't worry about it. I should really light up the room first. Smashy smash? 1k HP doesn't seem much anymore, does it? Yeah, no. I love how they give a false sense of security by giving us 1k HP. But it's honestly not that much when I keep getting hit like that. It doesn't have iframe after getting hit, which is like a little bit difficult, but I like it. Me likey. Uh-oh. Is that light? It's not light. Ooh, the delay. Oh, if they rush in, they'll delay. Okay, okay. One perception? Drone bombs deal additional damage along their path. Two-handed weapon bomb. So I just become a I just become a zoner. Two-handed weapons. Use a two-handed weapon action to equip and attack with your two-handed weapons. Trigger charge attacks. What's a two-handed weapon? Oh, B. Oh, dude, I can become a zoner. Oh! I hate it here. Never heard of this game. Me too, man. Me too is also originally had contact with this game in the past. Really? I sincerely don't remember any of that. I assume the sword icon is like a big fight, question mark? Memory is not the most reliable form of evidence. I know, I know. I'm gonna get corrupted so quick. We shall bonk box until you choke your memory. Wow. Maybe. So it's weapon upgrade. I think you can move out to preview the rooms. Oh. Maybe not from here, right? It's okay. I'm just gonna discover it slowly. Okay, lights. Oh my god. I don't like that. Oh, yes, friendly fire. Let's make use of that. I'm corrupted. Okay, this is bad. I'm almost dead already. Worshipper's cloak. Relic serpent? Serpent? Ooh. Okay, I can heal though. I like a good serpent. I want a serpent. Oh. I'm gonna heal. Oh, hi from Hawaii. Wow, hi. Hello to you from Malaysia. This game is very brutal. I can totally see that now. Very brutal. I love it. I like a good challenge where I get destroyed from time to time. Oh, money. Hope you're doing good, Derpy Muffy. You done with the tutorial? Good luck. Yeah. Such a big change. Charge attacks weaken enemies. Secondary weapon whip. No, our heal. Unknown or gold? I like gold though. Oh, gold doesn't persist. Jade rings and crystal skull persist. Well, gold is not that good then. That might be a bit of a problem. Also, I cannot move up. Oh, I can see. Upgrade weapon. Okay. Attributes. Healing. Challenge. No challenge. No vault. Yeah, I don't see vault. Champion. Not seeing any champion. Oh, wait, champion. Okay, unknown. Uh-huh. I'm gonna try unknown. How are you? I'm doing pretty okay-ish. No, a little bit unwell, but all good. The glint of gold is only light that truly soothes when darkness and ambition join forces. Gold on the ground disappears after a short time. The amount of gold on the ground increases. Is that good? Is that a curse? Each time you feel a crush engage, you are cursed. Curses add modifiers to the classic game rules and last until the end of the run. Oh, beware the fifth and final curse, for it will strongly jeopardize your chances of success. Oh my god, okay. It's good if you're fast. Well, I'm anything but fast. I'm slow. Lights. Oh, I forgot they delayed. Become zoner. Become zoner. Eey. That's a new... Oh my god, okay. Need to recognize the pattern. Oh, you destroyed the brazier? Okay, I have to play it slow. I cannot just rush. Oh, there's a bomb. Offerings? When you interact with a weapon, relic, or attribute altar, you can make an offering to the gods to claim one of the 3 presented boons. Make a gold offering to spend gold for it. Make a blood offering to get it for free. At the cost of some corruption. Oh, everything is so expensive. Ooh, I like a javelin though. 1% base damage per point of constitution. Do I have constitution? Thrown bombs deal additional damage along their path. 10% chance to inflict poison damage. This game made me love Lance and Monhan. I already love Lance and Monhan. Masantor, I already love Lance a lot. Like from the start, to be honest. Lance is pretty good. I'm glad you're good. I'm okay myself, but I hate my height because it kind of messes with my love to cook. Aw. It's okay, you know, we can maybe make do a little bit, and then you can love cooking afterwards, you know. Barb javelin. For context, my height is, what is that? That's 6 foot question mark? How much is that? I am 6 点9 in cm. Excuse you? You're 205 cm. I'm 172. I'm 172 cm. But oh my god, that's really tall. I'm so short. Oh god. I mean, to be fair, I'm a kobold. Kitchen is not built for over 2 meters. Oh. Oh, it's not because of too short, it's because too tall. Oh shit. Oh yeah, I didn't take that into consideration. My bad, my bad. Oh, that's something else. I never met anyone that's more than 200 cm, like 2 meter. Combos are the perfect size for laps. It's fine, don't worry about it. I'm gonna try out the lens, even though I like bombs. You know, nah, let's play with bombs. At least bombs currently feels like easy mode. Attributes. Ugh. I mean, my problem is that people tease me for it. Huh? How they even tease you for it? They tease you for being too tall? I mean, it's okay. The most important thing, Derpy, is to love cooking. You gotta love cooking. Ew. Ew. Didn't you say attribute is good? Bomb! 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 Yeah, get bombed. Non-friendly or overdone teasing. Yeah, I get teasing sometimes for funsies, but when people go overboard with it, it just feels a little bit uncomfortable, not gonna lie. Oh. Do I just keep rolling? Oh. Oh, I didn't expect that. Okay. Well, guess I'm here now. I bombed I bombed my own brazier? That's kinda cool. Poison kills? Oh, that's huge. Colossus's Codex. For heavy weapons? Minus for corruption? Oh, I'll take this. Use the inventory action to consult your current gear. You also have access to the codex and system option through this interface. I do love cooking. Good to know, good to know. Like one time I made a nice... Oh, I missed the chat. Oh no, game flashes! Nice steak and garlic shrimp on the bed of handmade mash and topped with a garlic butter sauce, and also sided with grilled asparagus covered in butter sauce. Ooh. You mean like how's the air down there style? I have no idea. Poison gives DOT, so yeah, nice. That sounds good though. Hell yeah, Derby. Sorry, it's too basic and not no. It sounds good. Look, Derby. I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know how to cook. I know how to cook instant noodles, that counts, right? Instant noodles #1. But yeah, that sounds great, Derby. Don't let them tell you otherwise. Is that a dragon? The green one is a dragon, isn't it? I cannot rotate the camera to get a good look. Looks like a dragon. Earn the power of the dead gods and improve your attributes during a run. Constitution increase your maximum health. Dexterity increase your weapon base damage. Perception increase any gold income in the chance enemy drop clear objects when defeated. 10% damage. 25% treasure find. Oh, that's good. Of course I'll buy double. Offer gold. Jaguar bird snake. Oh, that snake. Oh, that's a good looking snake. That counts. Nice. Sounds great if we can't tell the individual steps from experience. It sounds good. It already sounds so good to me since I don't know how to cook, like, pretty much at all. I think I cook a little bit. At most, just a little bit. Money. Money. Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm burning. No lights. ADHP, yeah, I'm gonna survive this shit. Hi Brian, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Ego talent. 15% damage to lightning attacks. I mean, I don't have lightning attacks, but I'm taking it. Because it's Ego's talent. Talent's cool. Oh, bomb is so good. I'm taking this. And last time I made me a simple shoyu chicken and Portuguese fried rice, and also sided with grilled asparagus covered in the butter, and the chicken rice is covered in the brown sugar and this, and say glaze sauce. Glaze sauce? Chicken rice? Yo.
Good afternoon, it is me, Bird-Brained Brian, here to steal yo chicks and suck on popsicles.
Steal yo chicks? Wow. Trying to steal my chicks? No, I'm raising them for egg. Oh, soy glaze sauce. Oh. Oh, I can get gold though. Nah, I'm gonna get gold. I'll offer this to the gods. You can take this. Give me money. Thank you. More people from Singapore, right? A lot of at the end of paragraphs. I mean, yeah. No only from, yeah. I mean, that's pretty much a very Singaporean thing to do. Like eh. Right, Narix? Wink, wink, wonk, wonk. It just sounds more natural, question mark? No. No, yellow. No, ho. We don't say I at the end of our sentence, voila. Upgrade. Or healing. Upgrade. Go big or go home. Let's upgrade. Who needs healing? Not me. Oh boy. I thought it's upgrade. I don't need to fight anymore. Oh, fuck. Goodbye, world. Nemesis lurkers. It's interesting to notice. Yeah. Oh, I got 55%. Oh my god.
Emotional damage.
Death get. The underworld is a place between life and death where the dead gods slumber. Interaction action near the central still to access underworld. Offer crystal skulls and jade rings to the gods, unlock new upgrades and persistent and will remain after death. Ooh. Snake. Snake. Death sounds like a good time to hydrate. Oh yeah, totally. I'm gonna hydrate.
Snake, snuck, sake.
Snake snuck sake. Read from English to Japanese. Where am I going? Raid whip. Oh yeah, I forgot I have charge attack.
Meow, mew, peon.
Peon. It is so Hades, this one. Hades has this as well. Like you stand at the point, you stand in the place, and then the camera pans towards like the overall view of the place that you're gonna go through. It's so cool. This game came out first, I assume, or later. I don't know. If only I had a parachute. Blessings to the dead gods are powerful passive abilities that will help you during subsequent explorations. Unlock blessings that equip one in each available blessing slot. Return to Underworld after each exploration to change your current blessing. All damage taken is reduced by 20% while in the light. I realized that I don't stay a lot in the light. I don't. Furious Skin. Deal 50% more damage for 6 seconds while you take damage. Ooh. 1 more stamina. Traps deal 100% more damage to enemies. Oh, this one is great. You bake in an hour. Alright, Barnaby. 5 perception at the start of your exploration. This one, Blessing Serpent? Of course. Gonna get all sneak. Yeah, staying in the light is so hard. Like, they can destroy the braziers. That alone is making it really hard for me to stay in the light. Like, I could use this attack, but this shit whack. I assume this does damage, not a lot. It's so slow. Sure, I can do that, I guess, but it's not worth. Introduction to the Temple of Jaguar, Temple of Eagle, Temple of Serpent. Oh yeah. Let me see them sneak. Okay, so I cannot go to 2 attributes. But then I feel like if I go to attributes early, I don't even have enough gold for it. I mean, feels to me anyway. What if I go gold and then attribute to the right? So start here and then I'm gonna go right. Oh crap. Yeah, I cannot. Eee. Then I go here lor. I get 3 gold before the attribute. I think that's gonna help. Even get the healing in between. I'll stick to the right then. So gold up to another gold, up to healing, right to gold, and then up. Okay lah. Already getting corrupted. God, the art style. It's so good. Oh no, that's not the snake that I remembered. Dexterity? Sure. Okay, ignore the event runs for now. Yeah, I'm gonna ignore that. For now, at least. I'm just gonna go through the base game before I go for the event or something. Oh boy. Oh. Oh my god, the traps. Can I get money, please? Oh. Just trying to get money is killing me. Oh my god. Wait, slip. Slip. Oh. Slip. 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 What the fuck? Can I parry that? Boom. Yes, I can. All right. XY whip finisher makes you spin the whip. Whoa, that's good. More AoE? OP? Let me just desecrate this place a little bit. Don't worry about it. Ooh, nice jump. Worth. Kills increase movement speed for 5 seconds. Swift bow. I don't think I'm gonna use. How good is the bow? I never liked bow in other games than Monster Hunter. So what? 200 weapons now zoner. Hey! Oh! Hey! I'll go up. Nice, nice. Learning a little bit. Bow is okay, everyone. Don't really like it much, but some versions of them is okay. Yeah, I mean, bow, I only get to like charge and shoot once. I mean, sure, I can spam. Say goodbye to your stamina then. Rainmaker Revolver. Sufficiently charged range attack always trigger perfect shots. What the heck does sufficiently means? No, I'll minus corruption for this. Skyrim miss. Yeah, Skyrim is a bit boring in terms of bow, but I just like the sneak. Oh, speaking of Skyrim, my sneak level is now 73. Last night I played a little bit and then, oh my god, I just keep leveling up my sneak levels because it's said that at level 100 it can get quite janky. So yeah, I'm just kind of curious about it. That's why I'm like spamming sneak levels. TF2 hit. Super Animal Royale hit. Ooh, Super Animal Royale, I don't really like bow. Not for me anyway. Hmm, 73. Whoa. Oh, too early. I figure as much. Oh my god. Slip. Staying in the light is too hard in this game. Your ref sheet artist is going ham, yo. Can I show? Can I show here? Or do you want it to remain private? I mean, it is your reference sheet. Show eyes, okay, okay. I want to look at Jet Boy. What? Oh yeah, they're totally going ham. Oh my god. Oh, there's so many things to look at. This is below? Oh, is this below? Oh shit, which one is below again? This one looks like it's below. This is so much and I love it. Oh, you have more things around the wings and stuff. Should I call them wings or should I call them like wing arms? No, for Jet Boy's wings. Your Jet Boy has more accessories. Same difference. I like the more accessory that you have, like around the wing spot here. Yeah, these are just scales, but I feel like the wings here is more. Yeah, like I said, accessories going on. I think I may be wrong, but I like it a lot. A new Jet Boy. It's not really accessories. Oh, so it's tattoo. Tattoo. Schmick, 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 schmick. Oh, poison. Ooh, that's more range than I thought. Killing a burning enemy restore 1% max health. Oh, I can get gold though. How would I even get them burning? Fire strikes a thick segment of small scales between the smoother membrane. Oh. If you use Control Shift T for other computers, it's Command Shift T to bring back the little tabs and windows. Oh. You burned off your torch? That's a little bit hard to do. I did not close the tab, but I think that's good information. Okay, I'll try it for the restoration, for the heals. Rojak so spicy. Kenapa rojak spicy? Huh? What you do? I'm going up. Ooh. Minus for corruption. I'll get minus corruption, since I don't use bow like pretty much at all. Chinese rojak or Indian rojak? I don't know leh. I don't know how the artist is going to add the silver tone to the rev now from so many scale lines. God, you're gonna wait for another like you're gonna wait for another weeks. Wait for a few more weeks for it to be done. Which you would like, I don't know. I just go rojak or like whenever I go to like rojak places like satu like虾饼鱿鱼豆腐 or like 虾饼鱿鱼豆腐 kangkong. Chinese is fruits. I mean, if I go 虾饼鱿鱼豆腐, then it's Indian, no? Maybe. Where's my torch? Where's my torch? No one told me that the torch is gonna be like gone. Yeah, Indian. The fuck is this? Oh, I heal and then I get corruption. No thanks. I'd rather keep my corruption as low as possible. Oh my god, that's healing. Healing means corruption. Adding corruption, that's fucked. Oh my god, that's so bull. Cannot get a free heal. There is a torch back. Ooh. Burn it. It's on fire. Nice. Look at that heal. Corruption sounds like a cool trait. Is it though? Is it though? I don't think so. Yeah, I had the feeling. Oh my god, it takes 2 health per second. I'll heal. Oh, Have you watched Redo Healer? Nope. What's that? Worth. Not to trust any gold that's lying on the floor anymore. Look at that. E. It's about a healer MC. Oh, you mean the anime, ah. Speaking of anime, I think I've only been watching the campfire cooking skill that has a really cool familiar name Felu. Fel? Oh, I want. I can offer. Oh, has been equipped. No, I cannot cheat. Okay, fine. Fell. What that wolf name? Fell. Okay, I got corrupted. I got cursed. Visions of madness. The wounds inflicted by the denizens of the temple are not only physical but often psychological, or some even spiritual? Like the hairy stuff? No, FEL. I thought you were saying people not knowing their name. What? Why would I simp for a wolf? I mean, the anime is cool. Fin. But it's not a dragon. This one is quite disorienting. Taking damage causes hallucination. During hallucinations, dodging has no similar cause. Oh, fuck. Spiritual wounds. Ouch, my soul. Ow, my god, my soul has been hurt. This dragon later? Are you sure? I only see slime and wolf. No, dragon. Is the dragon gonna be a travel companion, or is just like a side character? You read the manga? Ooh. Is it gonna be a side character? Like just appear for one episode, that's it? Or is it gonna be like accompanying the protagonist? No, I mean, is it gonna be accompanying the protagonist, like, for a long time? Or is it just gonna appear for one episode? Yes? Oh, not bad. Oh, too late. Oh my god. Oh, I hate. Oh, I hate that. Oh, so the dragon will follow the protagonist now. Yeah, it's quite disorienting. I don't like that. I mean, it doesn't make me feel dizzy, but just losing all the HUD feels a lot weirder than I thought. So you can continue to watch it? Nice, good. Okay, I'm back, I'm back. My god, that is so weird. This is the worst corruption yet. And it's only my second corruption. Like, the first corruption is not that bad. It's just I get more gold, but the gold disappears after a while. Whoa, what? Eek. I don't like this. I'm gonna wait until it's gone. Alright. No? Looks like it can be broken. Just wait until you get one that flips the screen or something. You need to smash your weapon to break it. Guess I don't have that. Unless you can smash with my spur. No spur? Alright. God, I love this game. Ooh. Hello, Atomica. Hi, hi. I'm liking this game a lot. Because there's snake here. Mmm. Treasure find, max health. Yeah. How are you doing? Welcome in. I'm not sure will the enemy reach there. Oh, is it like a very far arc? Oof. The clip I sent you, then the artist is a line art for the wings, both done the same way. First time playing this game? Yeah. Nourish bought this for me just to... Nourish bought this for me. Can I ask since one is supposed to be top and bottom? I mean, I guess they don't know much about Valstrax, question mark? Maybe? I don't know. I'm only making assumptions, which I feel kinda bad doing that. What can I say anything? Oh, it's heals, right? Oh god. Think I'm doing alright, rested from streams today. Ah, nice, nice. Remember to take rest from time to time, important. Narc is what let you do that? I'll I'll bottom you. Oh shit. Just resting today. I only stream 4 days a week so I can have my weekends. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. Like an actual job? Mmm. Sounds like something a Paolo would say. It's almost like I'm training this like a professional job, when it hella isn't. It feels like I'm doing the same, but yeah, it hella isn't. I'm just having fun here. Bottom here can't Then Narix is confirmed top. Ay, 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 ay. Wow, stink. Oh my god, I hit it here. Well. Well. What is this room? Too early. I got greedy. Yes, bottom bunnies. Who's bottom again? I have no idea. Oh, I forgot about that. I think how the poison dart keeps the Deosaurian on you. I know, right? That's stupid. Oh, offering? Main weapon throwing? I can become a zoner? Open constitution. If secondary weapon is a shield? Oh, Hammer? Per point of perception, I have 5 points of perception. When the light, remove 1 corruption for each enemy killed. I'm in. I'm in. I have 10 points. How do you know that? Feels good, man. Bottom left. Oh, the snake icon, isn't it? Oh, that's 10 perception? That's 10% damage increase? Oh, I win. This game easy. I win. Ooh. Yeet.
Go Weens. Go as Wiener.
Bonk. Oh my god. I was in the middle of bonk. Dude, it feels so good. You teleport and then you're gonna attack, I think? Yeah. There was a nice parry though. I have returned. Hey, go Weens, go as Ween. I'm a wiener. Bonk strong. Bonk is so strong. Smash that trap. Whoa, I can smash traps now? Dude, Bonk is OP. Having fun? I'm having big fun, Barnaby. Also, welcome back. Booping the bonk is dangerous but very worth. Booping the bonk. I love how in Skyrim I bonk. In this game I bonk. Bonk is just good. Hi? Can I get more bonk? I don't... Oh, I cannot afford the bonk. The boo. In Tekken I bonk. Kinda. Maybe a little bit. Oh, 20% chance to inflict fire. Can just offer blood. Oh, no. I don't want to get too much corruption. I don't think I'm ready for that. Burn. Okay, I just use this bonk is good enough, though. I'm going champion? Oh, okay. First try, baby. First try using the bonk. Am I gonna win? I'm a winner. I don't like that. Sukat the Witch, champion of serpent. Oh! Why am I playing bullet hell? Yup. Oh shit. Oh my god, I didn't dodge in time and I got hit 10,000 times. I used all my stamina, I'm stupid. Oh my god, please let me see my HUD. Hey, get bonked. Sounds like Chimkin. Yee. Easy win, bonk. Easy bonk win. What is this? What is that? Oh, you just brought me back? Is that good? Was I supposed to keep going? I was supposed to keep... What? Are they human? Oh, I can't keep going? Oh shit, okay. Blood Emblem. 6 new blessings available. One shield. Main weapon. Throwing knife. Oh, that's bad. Another continuation from there, and the third tier to unlock continuation for the next boss also. Ooh. Progression. Brutal Temper. Killing multiple enemies within a 3-second window activates Fury. Fire illuminates further. All damage taken is reduced by 20% while in the light. Successful parries fully restores stamina. Oh. Your caution threshold is increased from 100 to 120 at the start of your expiration. Any healing that exceeds max health is turned to gold. I kinda want this though. I cannot get any more Blessing of the Serpent. Ugh. Which one needs Jade Ring? Oh, whoa. Restore power to the forsaken weapons of the temple. Unlocked weapons can be found in the temple in future explorations. Makana. Interrupt regular enemy attacks. Whoa. Forge Hammer. Bonk. Claw. Charge attacks land an additional hit during the dash. I kinda like the claw though. Fire attacks. I'm gonna get this one. And one more claw. Get this one. Weapon altars in the main hall offer gear before exploration. Restore altars for more choices for starting weapons. Upgrade altars offer high quality gear. Oh my god, there's so many things that I can do. Oh! Divine favors. Let you refresh the gear offered in weapon and relic shrines. Increase the number of times you can refresh the choice during exploration. You regain all your divine favors? Whoa. Nah, I don't need that. I guess I'll get this one. Yeah, so I already done this one. What? Unique try event, escape from your worst nightmare, fear permanent hallucinations and infested host. You lose all sense of direction. Oh my god. Let's get eagle. An early weapon? I don't think early weapon is gonna help a lot since I need money to buy the weapon. I'll go gold attribute weapon, gold attribute upgrade relic, unknown attribute. Yeah, that's the route they're gonna go. The difficulty for people who function the same with messed up perception. Yeah, that's too real. It's gonna be so weird. It's Burb! Burb! Oh shit. Nice who? Oh boy. Okay, I'm pretty sure I can parry that. It's a big one. Ooh. Two hits, alright. Bonk. Oh, I can parry that, right? Oh. I win. I win the game. Early bonk. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. Smash wall? Is there wall that I can smash? Sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, nice. Yeek. Bonk. Bonk. Humbled in less than 10 seconds. Woohoo! Fuck. Oh, okay. Ooh. I mean, bonk is strong, but I cannot just keep being this reckless. Yeah, I cannot uga buga. Minus corruption? Yeah, why not? Since I'll be using the bonk and bonk only, feels like. Notice something kind of off topic? Yeah, what's up? Okay, gold attribute upgrade. Okay. I should probably progress this game myself a bit. Ooh, did you just start this game not too long ago? Hey, yo. Okay, I cannot dodge roll then. DFA Shanty DLC was correctly converted into euro. They didn't just copy the dollar price into euro as if the same currency. Current DLCs dollar equals euro again. So euro is gonna like not so worth because euro is like bigger than dollars though. That's a little bit jank. Oh my god. Too reckless. Stop converting like they did in the past. Ooh, are they getting a little bit lazy, baby? Torture ring. When the enemy is killed by the environment, I'll take it for the sake of, you know, having a chance to heal. Oh, I cannot go up, okay. It's so dark. I didn't parry in time. Hunting axes? Hunting axes? Oh, I can heal though. Nah, I'll heal. I'll heal. The attributes and then upgrade. Nice, thank you. Oh yeah. That's new. Let's just say bonk is very satisfying. Very good. Eat. This game likes to put traps along with money. They know how much I love money. The game knows. See what I mean? You see what I mean, right? They put traps around the money so much. Oh my god. Oh, Velson? Hi, Velson. Oh my god, it's been a while. You're playing Hogwarts Legacy? Oh. How's the game? How is being... Hogwarts Legacy is being a wizard, right? How is being a wizard like? How... Also, welcome in everyone. I hope you are doing good. Here, let me do this real quick. It was fun. I'm not actually a Harry Potter fan, but it was fun. Oh, nice. I heard the game is like... I heard the game's pretty good. Even though, yeah, I don't know pretty much anything about Harry Potter. But I'm glad you're having fun. Very important. Hi, SC. You with a stick? Sounds like a wizard, alright. Also, welcome in everyone. My name is Droxen. I'm a kobold. Game's alright. Fair enough. Oh my god. I play a bunch of games. I do art occasionally. Felbun is in Hufflepuff. I think I took a test that I was in Hufflepuff as well. I took a test a few days back, I think. One being that I'm in Hufflepuff. SC body for me. Oh, nice. It's a lot of fun. Good to know. Enjoy the game. Very important. How is this game? This game is very brutal, and I love it. This game reminds me of Hades, but it's like pretty cool. This I did the first temple. Now we're doing the second temple. It's pretty fun. A dolphin Hufflepuff with some rare kind of when we forgot. You when I think. That's the only thing I remember about about the quiz. No. Oh my god. Feels good. Okay, this is attributes. Max health 10% damage. Nice, it's mine. We should stream something sometime. Maybe a Jackbox game or something. I mean, maybe. Oh, I remember me doing Jackbox like during my 300 followers stream. And also a 500, I believe. And then I didn't do a Jackbox or Gartic phone during Still Owe Me a... Really? I mean, okay, yeah, maybe, because last week you did ask me to play. I mean, not necessarily Deep Rock, but you did. I forgot that that day was my friend's birthday. I'm sorry, Barnaby. Upgrade. No risk if not. We'll see. Maybe if you... Nibble your ear. Wow. Don't eat my ear. Or don't nibble my ear. If a bear nibbles, my ears are gone. Bear nibbles too strong. I really need to stop by your stream sometimes. Burb. Oh yeah, I can smash traps. Parry still satisfying as ever. What is that? That's a new one. Dude, Bonk's too good. Just need to play a little bit more patiently. And parry's really satisfying too. I like the parry. The game keeps giving me throwing knives. Why? 10% base damage. 30% damage while in the darkness. Oh, wait a minute. That's really good. I'm buying this one. Thank you. Might as well just stay in the darkness. Oh, didn't I say stay in the darkness? Yeah. No more lights for the damage. Oh god. Hey, come here, maybe? Kill them, trap. Kill them. Kill them, trap. Thank you. Kill them, trap. One more. Thank you. One more, please. I'm doing that because I need to heal. Oh god. Well, there goes my heal. I love how my heal just gone in 2 seconds. Oh my god. Didn't I have this? Do they stack? I had this, right? That's why I keep using the environment to kill the enemy. They do stack? Win. I win. Trap? Trap? I don't trust this. Trap? No trap. Wow. This game is making me having trust issues. Look at that. Okay, no trap. Still gonna roll anyway. Oh. +4 perception. When enemies killed by an environment, killing a burning enemy will restore 1% max health. That's 12% each environment kill. If I buy this anyway. This one, -30% blood offering cost. 4 perception. I don't know, I kinda want this one. So with lightning, the final hit will call down lightning on all electrified enemies, no matter where they are, when you land your final swing. That sounds really strong, isn't it? I'm buying this one. Sure, I've gone the clever kill perk. No, plus 100% damage with traps against enemies. I'll go unknown. I'm corrupted. Please don't be hallucinations. Cadaverous. Infestation. Some enemies lie dormant, hidden within host, waiting for the moment to strike and yet another unwary prey. Regular enemies can spawn additional creatures when killed. Oh my god. Alright, okay. This one, not too bad. Right? Because it can still be solved with bonk. So it's no big deal. Anything that can be solved with bonk is no big deal. Yeah, I can solve it with bonk, it's fine. No traps around? With Cadaverous Infestation, they're also scared of light. They're scared of light? So if I light the braziers, they're not gonna chase me, I assume? Only one way. Oh my god, it's so strong. Bonk. Oh god. I'm terrible. Two-headed weapon bomb. Kills trigger a large blast that weakens all nearby enemy. No, I like bonk. Thank you very much. Right, how do you hate the light? You don't seem to hate the light. It's okay. Only a torch? Where? I'm just gonna bonk them. Alright, attribute. I don't have the money! This is bad. Max health, 10% damage. Nah, my damage is good enough. I'll get health. How do you read that? To Amok? I always love the names that is like apostrophe T and then name, something like that. It seems like they have like random apostrophes somewhere in their name. I like names like that. It's kind of cool. Aztec Mayan names? Maybe? I don't have money. Even if I go to attributes, it's not gonna help much. Let's go unknown. Quetzalcoatl? Is that one of the Aztec or Mayan names? Oh boy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you. Two hits. Thank you. One more. Thank you. That didn't heal. But my health did go up. It's an Aztec serpent. It is known as a feathered serpent. I always love Quetzal. Quetzal is pretty cool. Oh my god, I don't have money. Whispering Aegis. Aegis. One of them. 25% chance to automatically trigger a parry. How does that even work? Restores 1% max health for each enemy killed. It's 15% damage while in the light, minus 10% damage taken. So, a little bit of a question here. Do all of those effects, you know, restore 1% max health, those kind of effect, does it have effects even if I don't use it as a weapon? Like I'm using bonk, only applies when you're holding. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. It works while the weapon is out. Okay, thanks. Shields are very, very powerful. Are they? Maybe I still don't know much about the shields yet, but it's okay. I'll use bonk for now, since right now I'm like very comfortable with bonk. Alright, upgrade. If you just finish a combo with them, or just use shield bash to push enemy into traps. Oh. More. You can just charge a shield constantly. Oh, we have more traps. Do it. Come on. Thank you. Ah, crap. Woo! What hit me? Okay. I'm healing. I'm almost at full health. Game, this is unknown. Base damage per point of dexterity, I have 8. 10% damage against electrocuted enemy. Whoa. Nah, I don't need that. You see a two-hander. It's the same. Just... I assume 3 is stronger. Yeah, tier 3. And then these are like tier 2. I don't want to get more corruption. It's okay. It could be worth it? Really? But 2 corruption though. Next one is gonna be a champion. Wonder what the champion is gonna be. Tier 1 is stronger than tier 2. Yeah, tell me about it, Roxas. You know what? Let's try 2 corruptions. How about that? Yeah! I'm corrupted! Cause 2 is bigger than 1? Oh, really? Oh shit, I didn't know. Trap chest? Ah, God. No. The only blow that cannot be parried is the dagger you trust into yourself. Greed is the most ferocious of all enemies. Chests are sealed and trigger an attack that must be parried to unlock them. Chests have a chance to drop additional gear item. Oh, that's pretty good. I just need to learn the pattern. And trigger an attack that must be parried to unlock them. Ooh. High risk, high reward, huh? But then again, will there be chests anymore? Since it's like the champion stage already. Oh my god, I have to fight in the darkness. Kakstaka, High Lord of the Storm. Hi. Yeet! Whoa, I cannot dodge that, alright. I didn't roll in time. I cannot dodge. Woohoo! Oh my god. Oh my god, I hate this. Whoa. Damn. It's getting kind of bad. Oh! Thank goodness I have the heckin' throwing knife. Okay, so I cannot proceed. You're right that I cannot proceed. Oh. Alright, we good. That was easy. I should commission someone to draw this, but the you want to hold me like that? Rude. Oh, that was 24 minutes. I mean, you could do it. Nice. More blood emblem. More blood emblem. Yeah, this one, right? Any perfect dodge triggers haste, increase mercy for 5 seconds.
Fart.
Fart. Honestly, that was a bad combination. The Sky Hammer increased damage in darkness. Is it? But I was fighting in the darkness. And I feel like that's okay, not bad-ish. This one is not good for boss since I cannot trigger Greed Kill. But I kinda like this one. It may sound good, but the issue is when you call down lightning and it lights enemy on fire, the enemy is now generating light and you are no longer getting a bonus damage. Oh, I did not take that into consideration. Squishy bugs. Can't believe it. Trying to squish me. I didn't get any claw just now. I'm upset. I want claw. Weapon altar, main weapons, two-handed weapons. Divine favor. It's the reroll. I don't need it for now. Braided whip. Ooh, I like whip. I like the schmick. I like the schmick. The schmick. I appreciate the voice actor doing that. What the fuck? BDSM mum. BDSM mummy Doragon. I'll go for this one. Why not? Early attribute? I mean, sure, I start with 1,000 gold, but I don't think that's enough. I'll get gold. Oh wait, I cannot go for the attributes anymore if I do that. How about we just go straight up? Then why not take the hit of corruption? Oh, you're right, I can do that. You know what, I'm actually feeling quite confident. Let's do it. Like, I feel a bit of a confidence going on. BDSM. I love how when there's a whip, it's already BDSM. It's like, all good. I like E. Did I say something? No, I didn't. Eee. I didn't dodge in time. Get slapped. That's a no on that one. I thought I'm big brain. Ooh, yes. Oh, I have enough money? Okay, I'll take it. Thank you. Get speaked. So far, my favorite weapon would be Bonk and Whip. Yeah, Bonk and Whip. Spear is pretty good as well. I like Spear. Oh, Lance. One of them. Was it burning? Whoa. That was a little bit early. Hey, man. Thanks. You were waiting for me to attack you, bitch. Eek. This is kind of bad. Already gonna get corrupted. A little bit too quick. 15% critical damage. Do I even deal crit? I can get gold though. I don't even know I deal crit. I'm gonna sell this. Thanks. I mean, if I go here, I can potentially get 3 attributes. But then, upgrading weapons is not too bad. Also getting more gold. I'll go straight up then. You know, just straight line up. Now, I'll still get 1 attribute. Yeah. I'm already corrupted. It's too quick. Deadly Obsession. You're most deadly when near your final breath. Keep your enemies in sight that will feed your resolve. Maximum stamina is reduced by... Oh! No! Killing an enemy with any weapon restores 2 stamina points instead of 1. Oh, okay. At least... Not bad, not bad. 1 less max stamina though. Oh, God. At least if I kill, I can keep spamming. You like getting spanked? Explosion. Most of the starting curse aren't really too detrimental. I mean, fair enough, it's only the starting curse. If the starting curse is detrimental, then I would not be able to play this game.
Hello, and welcome.
Hikurin the Argonian, hi! An Argonian? Nice, I've been playing Skyrim for a while, and I love it. I love the game a lot. Thanks for the follow, appreciate. So the whip does crit. You know it's a crit when the damage number is yellow? Oh, okay. That's how you know it's a crit, huh? Schmeck. Get schmecked. A heal 12% of gold offering amount. Offer the gods I get 1 constitution. Nah, I'll take this. Using money heals. Are the dead gods being nice tonight? They're actually being pretty nice to me. Not gonna lie. Hi, Carney. Welcome in. Are the butt gods? Oh god, butt spot. Hey. That feels good. Tainted Effigy. 20% blood offering cost. No, I'll get the gold. I'll get the gold. Gold, nice. Everyone's gonna get booped by Pinky. Me included. Boop is good. Ayo. This is fine, right? This is fine. Got to go, but I hope to see you again soon. I wish everyone has a great day or night, and goodbye. Alright, thanks again for the follow, Hikiran. Appreciate. Have a great day to you too. Blood? Oh, blood, okay. Hey yo, what are you? Oh, wow, okay, this is bad. I walk into it. Nice. Shadows of Vigor. Oh, nice. I'll take this. Dexterity. Restore max health. I'll take it.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Morgan Centaur. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Money. Ancient sensor? Gold offering removes fight corruption. Oh my god, yes please. The game's being so nice to me. The gods are being very nice to me. Oh, didn't roll in time. Yeah, whip is good. Albeit whip is too straight, but it has range. Golden mask. Gain 50% of damage taken in gold. I might get this just because of the gold. Thorn seed. Taking damage from an enemy deals 60% of damage of taken damage to enemies around. Ooh, okay. 100% of all healing effects. All healing effects? Hmm. I'll buy this with gold. And I can heal, right? And it reduces a little bit of corruption as well. Yeah, see? The game is being mega nice to me. Oh, sorry. The gods are being mega nice to me. Weapon upgrade. I'll get upgrade. Upgrade. I don't even need healing. Upgrade weapon. I'll miss out on gold. I can just ignore the heal. But then weapon sounds fun. Although I feel like weapon I'm probably gonna need a lot of money. Let's just go straight line. No.
Ni hao tilde Jin Tian Tian Chi Hao Ma? Hey guys, seems
Jin
good.
Tian Tian Chi Hao Ma. Jin? clever. Get sucked. Schmeck. Woo! Dude, that feels good. Oh, hi, Tingte. 你好. Oh, 今天天气好吗? 今天天气很好. Today is not too hot, not too... it's not cloudy, it's kind of sunny, but not like dry hot. You know what I mean? Yeah, today's weather is pretty good. It's not like goddamn hot as fuck. Like I need to open up air conditioner or else I'll die kind of hot. It's dry. Also windy, so yeah, it's all good. 20% chance to inflict poison damage. 50% damage while in the light. I don't know about that. Tier 2 though. Nice too. That's good kind of weather. It kind of is. Yeah, not very. It's not rainy. Like this morning, it's all cloudy, and I thought it's gonna be raining very harshly, but nah, didn't even drizzle. I'm getting this one. Upgrade my biak. You want rainy? You come here. I want rainy. I like rain. I kind of like rain, not gonna lie. Okay, ignore the heal. Just go straight line. I mean, I already have full health. I'm in your neighboring country. I want gold. Surrender all your prized possessions for Kobold, please. Kobold asking nicely. Oh my god. All good. Schmeck. Schmeck. Ooh. Oh, I have the maximum amount that I can carry. Let's offer to the gods, it's fine. But still far away. It's kind of far away, yeah. This game has the Darkest Dungeon vibe. It has Darkest Dungeon plus Hades vibe. Darkest Dungeon in terms of like you know, the stress level into 100 and then becomes like irrational or something like that. So I think it's a bit of a both. To me anyway. No. No. Oh, that's a ranged. Like the art style is like very similar to Hades as well. A good kind of mix. Oh hey. Oh, that's what you do. Against weakened enemies. Against weakened enemies? Oh, it does less raw damage. Nah, I'll reduce for corruption, thank you very much. Let's go attributes. I like getting stonk. Dark mysteries, There are some things that must be lived to be understood. Other curses are unknown as long as this one is not lifted. What? That's not too bad, isn't it?
Meow meow UWU darkness OWO.
UWU OWO. Enjoy, gonna get back to work. Okay, good luck with work, Tinte. Oh boy. So I don't know what my first curse is, but I still remember what my first curse is. I forgot what my first curse is. Oh, one less stamina. And refill stamina on kills. Schmeck. Schmeck. You. Hey. Nice, get schmecked. Nothing? Alright. Oh.
Get schmacked ooh www.
Get schmecked. Gosh, the whip is good. Playing whip is like playing footsies. Nope. And then charge up whip attacks, has longer range and breaks their regular attacks, it feels like. Really good. Breaks their regular attacks, it's like huge. Oh, to me anyway. Schmeck. Oi. Keen bow. Fully charged shot inflicts 50% more damage per character hit. Per character hit? Sure, let's try it. More health, more damage. Yeah! Droxen became a dummy mom. Since when? Whipping us kid. What? Dude, I don't know. Well, you want me? Whoa, bonk rocks is not me. You want me to be your dummy mummy? Oh my god. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Oh yeah, bow. The whip slowly growing on you. I mean, the whip is strong in this game. Maybe I should have used whip on Dark Souls, huh? There's whip in Dark Souls. Sakornir, the Blood Hunter. Oh, you look cool. Hey, yo. Oh my god. Double. You guys are just waiting for me to attack you, bitch. I tried. Get schmecked! Strength. You've been schmecked. Become Pyromancer? Is Whip a Pyromancer weapon? The schmeck has been served. Oh, it cleansed my corruption as well. Nice. So if I start out the next one, it will be like No more corruption. It is a decent pair. I mean, whip has range. A little bit slow. Yeah, this one is faster because whip is just so strong. 16 minutes. Very fast. More blood emblem. Finally, claws. A secondary weapon is a dagger. Ooh, that's new. Whoa. Is this a good combo? I don't know. Goes in, goes back, goes in. I don't like this. I mean, I guess it's good in some way. But this one is pretty cool. So this one is all like attack speed. Indomitable. Restore 50% max health after defeating a non-optional champion or boss. What else do we have? With your main or secondary weapon, your two-handed weapon deals 50% more damage and vice versa. Oh, I don't like that. Channel the power of the wind, stunning all enemies in the larger radius. Sikal's treasures? Gain 2 perception each time you make a gold offering. Whoa! Divine perception. Gear found in chests or dropped by enemies has a high chance of being a higher quality. Oh, okay. I think I know what that means. Serpent's Bounty. Non-optional champion or bosses drop 5 pieces of gear instead of 2 upon defeat. Alright. Reptilian Hunger. Your corruption threshold. Okay, 100 to 100. Any healing that exceeds max health is turned into gold. I think I want this one. Got him. Alright, now we can go for the next one. Challenge the 2 champions of the serpent. 2 champions of the eagle, 2 champions of the jaguar. Alright, let's go 2 champions of snake. Because I love snake. Attribute first? I'll go for the left. Yeah, attribute first, why not? I can offer corruption first. Offer corruption. Meetings me hit the jackpot on being scatterbrained today. Me was like, where's my phone charging just now? Ooh. That's a win in my book. Oh, unrelated? But I've been playing a lot of this night lately. Now, I've been playing AFK Arena, but I kind of stopped because it's just doing the same thing over and over again. And then I've been playing this light. Still on my way trying to get Daylon, right? This is what day 13 of me trying to get Daylon. You play a game because there's dragon? True. Dragon number 1. Wow. Oh shit. 5 DOT? Oh my god, that's dumb. Guardian Codex. Base damage for shields? Nah, I'll get money, thank you very much. Uh-oh. Oh, claw and dagger is fun. Oh. Hypocritically judges me? Wow. Couldn't believe it. I've been judged for liking dragons. Ugh. Even though I'm a kobold. Hey, should we could do it again. That's right. I feel like Snake is the hardest one because there's so much poison going on, and the traps are so hard to react to. Max health damage? Yes, please. Hyper particularly because we play GG series because Zappa. Ah. I mean, it's always good to know what you like, you know, and then you play a game because of the thing you like. I play lots of games because there's dragons in there. I just love them. Like I'm a simple gal. Give me dragons, I'll be happy. Oh, too early. Do the combos I love? Sure, I'll take this. E. But men possessed by dozens of spirits and flailing around is cooler. I can. I mean that's what you think, and I respect that. You know what's cooler? Knowing what you like. And getting what you like in game is even cooler. Oh my god. E. Nothing on the right? Something on the left and up. I'll go left. I've been going up a lot. Left is good. Okay, always go left. And we respect the whip-wielding, dragon-loving kobold. Thank you. Scout's Codex? Base temperature spear? I'm not even using spear. Give me money. Give me the gold. Give me shiny. Looks like a good run so far. Yeah! I'm loving the dagger and claw. Something about this is super fun to do. Oh, wow. Just casually destroying everything in the temple. Killing a burning enemy restore 1% max health? Sure. I could try to kill. I could try to hit them with a torch first and then engage, so that I can heal. Oh, that's nice. Storm Lash? Uh-oh. I found a whip! I mean, dagger is fun. Ah, whip is good though. Fine, I'll get whip. Time for more attached dagger to whip. Oh my god, that could work. Like, on theory, it could work since you can like tie. You can tie at the tip of the whip, tie the dagger. Extra range, extra damage. That's so clever though. Uh-oh. Nice. I hate it here. Things would just get stuck at the worst times actually. Oh really? I thought they would be good though. Like for extra range purposes. Whoa. Oh, that's good. Okay, so here's the thing. With whip, I can suck them in, smack them from far, and then goes in. Oh! The combo of this build. Oh, insane. I'm feeling pretty confident about this run. Do not mix fire with poison gas. Oh, are they gonna explode? I mean, of course they're gonna explode. Ay. Oh. Ay. Will you pass through a door? Oh, yes, please. %4 heal every floor now? Oh, yeah. So they will always, for these nagas or snake, they will always dodge and then poke. At least that's the pattern of attacking. Barbed whip. This one deals more damage. Charge attacks weaken enemies. Ooh, the weaken though. Yeah. You can try to just roll away. Yeah. I'll heal. I'll use the weaken equals armor break, so I deal more damage, right? You know what? I already used this one. They take increased damage. Yeah. I want to see how good lightning attacks is. I mean, I know Bonk has lightning attacks, but let's try it on a whip, right? Let's try it. Ooh. Oh, that's kinda cool. I assume they count as trap damage. Yeah, they're so gonna count as a trap damage. A very tame run so far. I'm sorry if explosion does. Ah. It's okay. If I get the chance to, I'll try it. Fool's bounty. The more soul desires, the darker it becomes. Stealing from ancient powers leaves an even darker stain on the greedy. Opening a gold chest now inflicts corruption. Gold chests contain more gold. I get more gold in exchange of getting corruption. Sounds like a good deal. Sounds like a good deal as long as I get more money. I want money. Uh-oh. Oh, don't suck that in. Holy shit. Hey. Lightning cause fire? Oh. Do the combo. It's a good run, what can I say? It's a really good run. Oh. More damage? If main weapon is throwing weapon. Is it a throwing weapon? HP almost full? Yeah. We're in darkness. 1 base damage per point of dexterity. Sure. Let's do it. Do you throw the whip? Not really. It's not a throwing weapon, but it's a good weapon. But dagger replaces whip, isn't it? Dagger is cool. I used dagger and claw at first. It was a good combination. Like claw itself is such a good combo, like a good initiator of weapons. It replaces whip. Yeah, dagger is cool. I like dagger. Double relic or gold and upgrade. So both are not throwing stuff. Yeah, I'll get gold and I'll upgrade my weapon. But both are not throwing stuff. But schmick. Too early. Feels good, man. Obviously, Constitution gives HP, gives damage. Dexterity gives damage. Possession gives increased gold find and stuff. Yeah. It's explained at the start. Oh, tend to get more corruption. Ooh. For throwing weapons? I'll take it. I don't have throwing weapon, but it's okay. Schmick. That's a good schmick. Schmick. The lightning whip seems to have a little bit more range than a normal whip. Or the barbed whip. It's not just me, it's definitely longer. Yeah, it's way longer. I was like, things are getting easier to hit. It's like, weird. Don't even need to play footsies anymore. Hello? Look at that! Stupid, the range. Too early. Oh, okay, so that's a counter. For bows, I'll get money. Dexterity, every point dexterity increases weapon damage by 2% per point. Some weapons will say X that give 1% per point. This weapon still benefit from the dexterity bonus and also the added benefit whatever it take and whatever it states. Oh no. I just want money. I'm not getting a lot of corruption, which is cool. No, I don't really like corruption. A little bit afraid, not gonna lie. Just a little bit afraid. Oh. Schmeck! Uh-oh. Why did I do that? Oh! All good. Oh wait, I just realized because they're set on fire, I have a relic that heals when I kill an enemy that's on fire. That's such a good combo. An intentional combo. Let's go. Blunt claws. Remove one corruption for each enemy killed. Yeah, this one's the same, just up tier. I'll get this one, since I always have this one out. I can remove corruption, which is good. I'll take this. Thank you, game. You're being super nice to me this run. Here comes champion. It should be fine lah, should be fine since I can set the enemy on fire with my whip. Hey yo, you just push me in, really? Oh. I went into it. Oh shit. Let's go. Very, very nice. A vacuuming whip. Sounds like a chicken to you. Maybe. What is this? Why did I suddenly get to choose things that you didn't explain to me? I'll choose this one. Oh, it removes it? Oh. Gain. Technical. Oh, nice. Okay. Fire attacks? Yeah. Clearing champion allows you to remove one curse. Oh. Well, they didn't say, but I just choose something, I guess. Okay, I think I can keep going for attributes now. Not every curse is bad. Some are just modifiers of how to play and some can be beneficial. Just now the gold one can be quite beneficial. In exchange for some corruption, that's it. Fungal awareness. It is said that death first becomes sentient when mushroom and lichen learn to prey upon the living. Spike mushrooms automatically trigger the attack if you stand near them. Oh no, I hate it. Enemies and traffic are stronger. Yep, alright. That's the worst. That's the worst. If you find a curse that works good for you, sometimes it's worth building up a lot of curse before the boss fight. So if a curse that purge, that's not the one you want to keep. So like you're being forced to purge one curse, huh? Oh, it's a counter one. I don't think I need this anymore. I mean, I have this. It's the same thing. Oh yeah, +2 dexterity. Yeah, let's replace this then. Oh, maybe this one. Oh, I don't need this. Yeah, I can change this one. Get out. It's always said when all curses in the game are only bad with no positives. Yeah, maybe that's why I feel like all curses are bad. Since the games that I play has like no curse is good kind of thing. Like for the previous games that I played when I was a kid, no curse is good. Oh, those are not poison there. All right. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Like debuff? Sure, those can be negative. Curse should at least have a trade-off. Like I got some bad and I got some good, right? Gungeon, curse good for money, for example. There's an example you know. Yeah. They do have a trade-off. Some have. This fungal awareness has have not any trade-off. It's just bad. Which is okay by me. Which is fine by me. Not all curses need to be good and bad, you know. Not all curses need to have both good and bad. Are you gonna counter? Oh no? Alright. What? Two? I'm getting consistent heals. For heavy weapons, I don't have any heavy weapon. The fungal one is a positive. Oh, it's a matter of perspective. What? So I can just sit back and let the fungal kill the monsters for me. 6% damage per 1,000 gold carried. Being able to make it trigger without you needing to go your way is a trigger. To trigger it is a benefit. Yeah, so it is that I just need to stand back and watch them die. There's a crazy good one. It's kind of expensive though. Oh, plus 6 constitution. Hey, I didn't mean to replace that one, Buck. I thought you'd let me choose. Oh wait, all of these are good though. I think I can remove. I can just ignore this one. I'm already healing. Yeah. But your parents need to save all your gold just to use the blood sacrifice. Yeah, he wants me to use the blood sacrifice. I'm okay with that since my claw can remove corruption for each enemy I kill. Right? Yeah, remove 1 corruption for each enemy killed. And I'm not using two-handed weapon. I've been using this and this. So yeah, it benefits a lot actually. Weapon attribute. Attribute. They sure are getting stronger. No more 2 whips dead. Oh shit. Nice who? Gold offering removes 5 corruption. Ooh. Removing 5 corruption. Since I'll be using a lot more, I'll be gaining a lot more corruption. I kind of want to replace this one. Or maybe just replace this one. Yeah, just replace this one. This one is not that good. There. Eee. Too early. Oh. Hey, my god, I didn't see that. I didn't see that again. Nice. Oh no, I'm doing a lot of stupid things. This is bad. Still got this though. Oh my god, I didn't see that. Too early. I'm taking too much damage. I'm not even like healing back the damage that I took. Hi. Oh yeah, attributes. Alright, time to get some corruption. 10% damage, 25% treasure fine, 40 corruption. There you go. Ugh. I'll go 2 unknown into 2 unknown attribute weapon upgrade unknown. No, I'm corrupted again. Mortal Harvest. The life essence of those who sully the sacred temples is not wasted. The value of blood is far greater than that of precious metals when used wisely. Urns no longer contain gold but are filled with blood. Blood heals but inflicts corruption. Oh no. Oh no. More corruption. Oh, that's bad. You like that? It heals but inflicts corruption. I'd rather get gold. Nice. Not nice. No, they're blocking me. This is bad.
Hello.
Oh.
And welcome.
Alec Foxherd, hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Welcome in. When retracing the invisible form, you can use the whip pull to yank it out. Oh, that's something new. Alright. A charged one, right? Oh, that's an enemy, isn't it? Oh, you're right. Oh, that reached further than I thought. Okay, so my charge whip can interrupt even those attacks. Gonna keep that in mind. Fire attacks for perfect shots. And off 10 combo? Nah, I like my whip. I'll take money. How bad is my corruption? Very bad, it feels like. Nice, nice, nice. Too early. Nice, nice. Not bad, not bad. Slowly learning the pattern. Oh, it's good to be bad. I don't know, maybe. And the browser is loading the garbage again. We'll be back soon. Alright, Pinky. Oh yeah, I tend to get more corruption, huh? I mean, the corruption level is honestly not bad since every enemy I kill will get corruption level down 1. Max health, treasure find. Yeah! Give it to me. Ooh. Nice, 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 nice. Feeling stonk, feeling very stonk. Let's go to another unknown. Oh wait, that was unknown and I got an attribute. Ooh, so lucky. I'll take it. This run the game is being very nice to me. Or should I say that the dead gods are being super nice to me. Alright, are you gonna trigger by itself? Hi, what is this? Ah. What? Very bad. Oh my god, the fungal. How much money was that? Oh, I have 4,000 gold. We're rich. Rihoy hoy, Piki. Nah, I don't need healing. Let's go attributes. Third corruption. Alright, what am I gonna get? It's gonna get terrible. Trap chest. Okay lah. This one I know what it is. Yeah, I need to parry the chest to open it up. Parry the chest to open the chest. Yeah, I mean that's fine by me if I get a chance to practice. I didn't see that shit. Oh no. They're just waiting for me to attack and then just do that. Nice. Take it slow then. Alright, cool. Yeah, if they do that, just take it slow. Don't need to do charge attack all the time. Oh. Nope. Is that a bonk? Primal Hammer. charge attacks weakens enemies. 30% damage against elites, champions, and bosses. I'll take it since I don't have any two-handed weapon. Steel tip talents. Inflict poison damage. Does critical damage for 3 seconds after the perfect dodge. Cool, but I need to... Yeah, I need to lower my corruption. I'm keeping my one. I'm gonna offer this one. Minus corruption. Yeah, I don't want to get the final corruption. I think that's gonna be terrible. $4K equals 4 times 6%, 34% more damage. Huh. Oh, nice. You can just say percent good or percent bad, but not the numbers. Yeah, same. I see number big good, number small bad in terms of damage. Ugh. Oh. Max health 40 三四4 5 6 7 70 plus 20. Okay, I'm not gonna get the next corruption still, so let's offer blood. Ooh. There you go. The necklace gives 6% more damage for every 1k gold you have. Up to 10 times. I have 4,000 now. Pretty good. I'm almost at the 4th corruption. This is so bad. Ooh. Fuck. I rolled into it. Barbed whip. Against electrocuted enemies? That's not even that good. Let's restore health. Is it more about what traits you have interested of how big the number is? I don't know. Big number good. And I've had runs where I had all of that one relic. Huh. Offering? Primal Hammer, Storm Lash, more damage, Offer Blood. Okay, this one is still reduced 1. Nah, I don't need... Do I even need to up damage in terms of getting 1 more corruption? I still have a few more room. Yeah, I still have a few more rooms to go. I'm gonna abandon this one. More damage is always good. Yeah, but I'm so close to my 5th corruption now. And I think I want to avoid that. I'm not getting that. Any increase is good. Just gonna see if there's any... isn't a better increase. Or downside bad enough to skip. Okay, 1 more, right? Ah, fuck it. Just get it. If I get a 5th one, it's fine. I can deal with this. It's 70. Oh, I'm so gonna regret that. So the last champion, I'm gonna go with the 5th. Death throw echoes. See how the corpse shakes in this final moments, refusing to believe that it's already dead. Destroying an enemy has a chance of triggering an earthquake. Whoa, what? Earthquake? Yeah, so if I go to the next room, like this. Oh yeah, I'm blocking the corruption. Sorry. So I'm at 82 out of 100. I'm blocking the corruption bar though. I just realized that. Here, let me move myself a little bit to the middle. Just a little bit more. Here, right? Yeah. So I'm not blocking it too much. There. It's such a weird placement, but I'll take it. At least I'm not blocking the corruption bar too much. Except for my tail. You have to excuse my tail, alright? This one is potentially amazing / dangerous as fuck.
You know what time it is? It's times.
Too early. What the fuck? Oh, don't get that. Make sure I thought it would lock last time we did this. Where is screen? Oh fuck. Ah, sorry. I didn't expect that to happen. This happened when, yeah. Okay. Sorry. I deserve it. Ow. Barb Javelin? I gotta heal. I so need to reduce the thing. The corruption. Am I not lowering my corruption anymore? Or am I so far gone that I cannot heal my corruption? Yeah, it's still here. Eat the minima. It doesn't lower my thing anymore. Oh my god. The claw needs to kill the enemy. Oh, so it's not when it's out. Oh my god. This is terrible. I thought it's when the claw is out I can reduce the corruption. Well, need to use the claw to kill enemies now. Grenade? Ooh, I like grenade though. Like when they're trying to heal. Oh, I get money? Yep. Easy choice. The claws need to kill the enemy. When it says kill will, you will need to kill with that weapon. Remove one corruption for each enemy killed. For each enemy killed, it's so like... It sounds so like when it's out only, then when it's out it works. I learned that the hard way. Guys, I cannot offer blood. If I offer blood, it's gonna be the 5th corruption. %10 damage. I'm just gonna get the damage. Alright. Just go for final curse easy. No fucking way. No way. They say the 5th curse is like the worst. I don't want that. I'll just get the damage. It doesn't take too much money. It doesn't reduce by... Yeah, it also reduced my curse a little bit. Oh, thank God. Okay. Alright, champion. Champion. No final curse. Easy. A bud. All good. All good. Trial by being submerged into mud. What? Alright, time to bonk. Here we go. Ratyapu. Thanks. Thanks. Too early. Oh my God. Oh fuck. Seriously? Too early? Do you ever stop? Oh no. Ooh. That was way too close for comfort. I thought I was dead for sure. There's too much poison damage there. Easy? Yeah. Easy. 97 health, easy. We did it.
Yip yip, hooray. Yip yip, hooray. Yip yip, hooray.
Yip yip, hooray. Yip yip. I wonder if you could have done that if you didn't have all the stats that you did. Well, the game gave me that, so I have to use it. No? The game gave me those, might as well use them. Get one more blood emblem. Claw and shield. Wow. I like a dagger, honestly. How about this? This time let's not use whip and hammer. Feels like I use that weapon too much. In this playthrough anyway. Ooh. Gear found in chests or dropped by enemies has a high chance of being a higher quality. I love this though. Successful parry restores fully restores stamina. Does it not restore full stamina? Curse threshold become 120. I don't know if I want to play like that again. It's so scary. Sure. I'm inclined to get this one though. More stronger weapon. I can kill them. I feel like I like this one more. Yeah, that's a good one as well. I'm buying this one. About parry. So parry doesn't fully restore stamina? I thought parry already gives you full stamina. No? Oh shit. I honestly thought it does. Oops. But it costs no stamina and restores 2 points. Oh, yeah, that's already good enough. Incandescent claws. Find and equip this weapon in the temple to reveal it. Oh, hey. Okay, no whip, no hammer this run, alright? Just want to try out most of the weapons. If I can, I want a dagger. If I can, that is. Oh wait, can I get dagger here? Sorry. Where's dagger? Claw, mace, throwing, pistol. Oh, there's more here. Oh, oops. I thought there's only... Shield. Whip. Dagger, that is. Obsidian stiletto. For each element, fire, poison, lightning that inflicts the enemy's hit. Whoa. Against weakened enemies. HQ permanently increase base damage. Whoa. Oh my god. Duelist Sheath. Evading an attack with the off-hand combo fully restores an... Off-hand combo? Upper right? Fully... Huh? I don't... Huh? Can I evade with the off-hand combo? I love this one a lot more. Give! Two-handed weapon, heavy, Titan... So the dagger secondary offhand combo finisher can evade. Stone point, two-handed weapon, spear, bow, bomb. I kind of like bomb as well. I like bombs. Annihilation, bow of madness. Wow, it's a very quick slash with a slight backstab. Yeah, so that one has an iframe question mark because roll for sure is iframe. Small iframe, okay. To restore my stamina. Gosh, I don't know if I can utilize that well. Well, not now at least. Maybe when I play more of the game, then maybe. Early attributes? Now I want to get 2 gold first. 2 gold attribute relic. Yeah. It takes a bit of learning. Something like that, definitely. Utilizing iframe, definitely. It's like Monster Hunter. Learning the iframe of roll can really help you dodge some really quick moves. Something like that. Making use of that point whatever seconds of iframe when you roll. I don't know how to engage. Not that good. Enemies killed by environment. Oh, there it is again. Just shield charge over and over. Oh no. Don't know if it's that. Don't know if that's good. Nice, thank you. I didn't do shit. I think shield gives me more parry frames. There's no way I'm parrying that good. Shield is definitely giving me a few more parry frames. Definitely. It does? No wonder I'm parrying so... Look at this! It's stupid! It's way longer. It's insane. Yeah, it makes sense, true. It is way more longer. I was like, when I first parried a few times, like, huh, then maybe a little bit. I guess I'm good. And then I feel like, no, this is way too long. like there were a few times I pressed it way too early, and then I still parried perfectly. It's like, no fucking way. Shield has to be there has to be something to do with shield. Base damage for bow. Bow. I'll take this for now. I mean, since I don't know if I'll be using bow. Double gold. The shield charge works like a whip pull in the sense that it interrupts stuff and knocks them out of animations. Ah, so I guess Y charge attacks usually does that. Shields were nerfed in the beta because me and a bunch of others were literally shield charging bosses over and over since it did ridiculous damage, but it costs stamina. And stamina recovers kind of slow if I keep attacking, that is. Against weakened enemies? Why not? Was well worth the damage. It did like 40 something. I mean, I guess. Although definitely not my style, I think. Oh no. Oh, I have full health. I can just go ham. Nice too. Oh, I was reading. Poison attacks? I don't have poison attack. Nah, I'll reduce corruption for this. Almost didn't see that. Try using your shield to end your claw combos. Okay. No trap? Wow, I can't believe it. I mean, they're both the same. I'll go here. Must destroy everything. This is why I love destructible environment. Always so nice. Nice. Yeah, it's a little stronger. Yeah. It deals a lot more damage. Doesn't use stamina as well for the last hit, which is pretty good. I mean, the huge part is that it doesn't use stamina, because the last hit of this, yeah, uses stamina. This one doesn't. Deals big boy damage, lesser range, but it's fine. All good. Good trade-off for big boy damage. Oh, yo! All good. Too strong. The parry is stupid. The parry is so stupid. No single source of damage you take can exceed 15% of max health. Oh, I'm a tank. How much is 15%? 150? 1,000, right? Yeah, 50 is 150. Okay. 150 is a lot. So, at most, the damage I'm gonna take is 150. Good against bosses, I guess. Hey, I'm gonna get stunk. Max health treasure find. Yes. It feels good, man. I'll get double relic. I don't even need to heal. Yeah, relic. Relic or maybe weapon? I do love attribute, not gonna lie. I always love when game gives me a choice to add like attributes to just get stronger passively. I always love that. Ayo, ayo. Yeah, just passive boost. I love passive improvements. Now you add stat, get more damage. Yeah, simple and makes happy. It's too empty here, hi. I didn't see that. I heard sound, I immediately parry. Oh no. Oh, new enemy. 2. Oh, too late. Nice, thank you. It's not spicy, it's not what people talk about, but it's there and good. Yeah, passive improvements has always been there, you know, supporting you silently at the background. It's just like, hey, I'm here, all good, you good. That's what passive improvement does. It's really good. I love passive. Hi, malicious magpie. Boop. That's a new form of boop. I didn't see that. Oh, there is bow. Q increase movement speed for 5 seconds in the darkness. If I offer this, I get 1 dexterity. I don't like bow. No. I'll get 1 dexterity. Easy choice. Darkness run. I don't like bow. What can happen to the macro? I don't know. Thorn seed. Worshipper's cloak. Offering cost. Oh. 150% of damage taken in gold. Both good. This one gets 4 constitution. If I get hit, you know, I'm getting this one. If I get hit, I get money. I'll take it. Since I'm not that good at the game, why not, right? No darkness run, scary. No corruption so far. Oh, what if I go upgrade gold? Oh yeah, upgrade gold. Gold sounds so much better. I like money. Give gold. Oh. Moisturize? Oh yeah. 2-bit cobalt? A fellow cobalt. Hi. Nice. Thanks for the moist. How are you doing? Whoa. Oh boy. Hey! I should use the trap. Hey, is there any statue here that can make me heal up? I mean, this one is cool and all, but not that strong. Hey, double. Yeah, keep doing that, please. Thank you. It did die. I'll kill. Oh. No. I pressed wrong button. Riff rolled. Can I parry this? Oh! Alright, I can parry that. Chillin', just woke up. Nice, nice. Hope you had a good sleep. Blunt claws. Worn shield. I guess I'm just gonna get shield for the parry frames. And remove one corruption. Yeah, I'm taking this one. You found a great place to be chilling and waking up to. Wow. I'm glad to. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got corrupted. Oh boy. Curse of the Headless? The memories of 100 tragic deaths can bring both power and madness to the strongest warrior's soul. As long as you haven't killed 30 enemies, all damage taken is increased by 50%. 50%? You gain permanent haste, increased movement speed. So once I kill 30 enemies, this is good. Oh, I need to spam. Yeah, this sounds like a good one. I need to spam corruption so that I can avoid removing this one. Oh, I'm so fast. I'm so fast. All right. Ow. Oh my god, the frames. Oh yeah, I'm not be killing with shield. I've been killing with shield, not the claw. I can remove corruption like this. You know what? I'm not gonna remove corruption. Uh-oh. 30% damage in darkness? I'll take it. I'll take it. Who needs light? Oh, there's a new one. Wow, look at that. Thanks. Actually, hit me with this. Thank you. Hit me with this. I need to get corruption. Oh, don't hit me with that. Yeah. Hit me, hit me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Worth. Ah, I removed one corruption. I'm stupid. You just throw away the weapon that makes you faster in the dark? No, it makes me stronger in the dark. Which doesn't make it better, honestly. Oh, I take increased damage, I forgot. Oy! Oh, it's the 1000 gold again. For bows? Oh, I have this. Well, I throw away a bow. I don't like the whispery noises. This is only a 2% version. Oh, I didn't notice that. Base damage for bows. Oh, well, let's try to find a bow then. Nah, I want to use my money. I don't want to go so spicy this time. Let's just heal. It's all good. I'm already playing spicy in terms of like I need to stay in the dark. That's it. Yeah, let's go weapon then. Okay, I can get another corruption before the champion, which is good. Because I want this permanent haste. It's pretty good. Hey! What is that? All good. Oi! What is that? Oh, are they healing? Good enough? Notice your head's changed. My head changed? Oh, you're right, it did change. Oh, I assume it's the curse, right? The curse has like 1000 warriors inside my head. Look familiar? Do I look familiar? Not to me anyway. This game had a crossover with Dead Cells. Well, that explains it. I don't know what Dead Cells is. You still need to do Dead Cells? Is that a game like this? How about this? Get bombed, right? Get bombed. Uninjured enemies attack from behind deals 30% more damage. Yeah. Is Dead Cells a game like this? Or is it a story-oriented game? Here comes Champion. I've been corrupted. Now I can choose which one to remove. Is it surprised though that you don't recognize the head? Very iconic. Is it? I'd never seen it. It takes a blind eye to see something that cannot be seen in the light of day. Mine's only visible while in the darkness and deal dark damage. Dynamite can do something maybe you like. Mines? What do you mean mines? Oh yeah, it's a champion. Kakstaka? Woo. Oh no, oh no. Oh shit! I got double bombed. Well, goodbye world. I got greedy. And also I realized something the hard way. Why are you showing me 31 pages of things? What? I played this game for 4 hours. Oh my god, please don't. I'm not gonna read 31 pages of things. Hey, it's a shield again. Okay, I'm liking shield. Not gonna lie, shield is good. This feels like the basic bitch combo, right? I like it. This is like the very all-rounded thing. It's all stuff that's supposed to happen when you die the first time. So if anyone dies the first time, and then they will show a 31 page of things. I mean, it's good in a way, but also it might be a little bit too much words for me. I don't like words that much. 5? Okay, I'll get 5. Should unlock one more restored altar. What does that do? This one? One weapon altar has been restored. Okay, I mean, sure. This one? What? This one is like pure ranged. This one's pure ranged. Now you have 2 options. Oh, okay now. Pure ranged or
Hello and welcome.
ooh, Kobo, 2-bit Kobo. Thank you. Appreciate. I don't fight with that. I still like this one a lot more, just because of the parry frame. It's like insanely big. Personally, to be on the topic of Dead Cells for a second again, me thought it went too ham on being punishing while having some upgrade choices me didn't like. But maybe upgrades on not being bad at games anymore change that? Ooh. So Dead Cells is a game like this? Similar? A roguelike dungeon crawling game? Always get gold. Eh. You're meanie. Okay. How could you nut me to death? Uh-huh. Cobalt down, help. Help. Look at you guys already bullying me. All good, all good. Oh, yeah. It's not that big. Boom. Poison attack. Oh my god, yes! Poison attacks? Asthma? Hey, go check. What did you do? What did you do? Did you buy me more? Oh my god. I have too many games. Like, I cannot believe I'm saying this. It's so many games that I can play. It's like, oh my, I mean, I'm extremely happy, don't get me wrong, right? I am honestly extremely happy, but oh. Here, let me check my Steam real quick. I'm gonna cry. Did you buy Dead Cells? I mean, it's not showing for some reason. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's not Dead Cells. Rayman Legends? Enjoy my childhood? Wow. I never played Rayman's. Is it... What game is this? What does Rayman do? Oh, wait. Rayman... Dan played this before, right? When I raided Dan. It was like a while ago. It's a platformer game. Oh! Oh god! Alright, all good. You know what? I'm okay with platformer games, I think. Thank you, McLurge. I'm gonna accept this. Humbly, alright, humbly. Thank you. Didn't Dan play Origins, or did me remember that wrong? Is it different? I have no idea. It's fun and silly. The art style looks interesting to me anyway. To me at least, right? Very interesting. Okay, is the screen freezing? No? Okay, good. I didn't know anything about Rayman, so I honestly have no idea. Which way did I go? Oh, I've been here. Oh! My god. And interesting. The two set, I know, right? Interesting. It's from the 1 minute 60 seconds sonata. I can compose something. I can compose a piece in 60 seconds. Interesting. I love Two Set Violin. Oh, did you see recently that they do the huge concert with Davey 504? I've been watching Davey 504 lately, and then they did a concert together. It's like so cool. I didn't see that. Get bonked. Interesting. Oh yeah, now I have no source of healing, which is kind of scary, not gonna lie. Yeah, I have no source of healing. Oh. Alright, I did say no whip, right? I'm gonna heal. No whip. Whip's too strong. Not for this run anyway. Oh, it got stuck at the wall thing. Too early. That was way too early. I'm cheating. I don't like Davey much. Fair enough. I just like when I like it when he plays bass. It's really cool. Also, I just realized how good bass sounds. I like bass. Like unironically, I like bass. Bass is cool. I might want to learn bass. Might. Huge maybe. I don't know if I can invest in bass anymore. Shit's expensive. Instruments are expensive, alright? The way Davey talks is it's like so nonchalant, but at the same time it's not nonchalant as well. I don't know how to explain that. It's weird and I like it. Oh. Nice, thank you. Oh yeah. Damage taken in gold. Nice. Really? Like at this point I don't even care about staying in the light anymore. I just bonk them. I just hit them until I win or I die in game. More ability? I do like a bit of a more ability. 3 abilities? Why not? I'm doing it. Oh my god, the stomp. Poison. Fire attacks, -4 corruptions. I don't have fire attack. Let's offer it. -4 corruptions, baby. I mean, I have fire attack with torch, but I don't think that's worth getting it. And also, it's not worth using torch as a weapon. There must be someone who be like, torch only run in this game. Like, definitely, torch only run. More treasure find? Yeah. That's like 50% treasure find. I don't need healing. For now anyway. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. Am I getting sucked? Oh my god, I got sucked. That was not that good. More damage? 30% chance to inflict fire damage? Oh no. Oh no. Will poison and fire cause explosion? Is it gonna be like Gunfire Reborn? Dude, I'm gonna test this out. Let's buy this. Only one way to find out. Biting breath. Oh. Not everything that breathes is alive, and not everything that has been still is dead. Ego head traps now breathe a gust of wind in front of them for a short duration. That's just bad, isn't it? Oh wait, that's good. Because no more homing. Oh, that's good. Dude, I'm keeping this shit. There's no more homing shit. Oh. And I can easily utilize that. I can easily utilize that to kill things. My god. Oh. Boom. No. Boom. Barb Javelin. I'm taking this for funsies. Why not? Dang. Fire and poison combined, you think? Oh shit. Boom. Hey. Ancient Buckler. After a parry, your main weapon deals critical damage for 2 seconds. Offhand combo deals critical damage. That is way too good, isn't it? This is exactly how I play this game. I'm taking it, man. It's too good. I'm taking it. Spears have a different passive. Well, this spear doesn't have any passive for now. Which is fine, I don't like this. Hidden passive. The tip of the spear during an attack always crits. Oh. That's just like hidden information, like Tekken always does. Oh, Capcom Games always does. Them and their Tekken hidden passives and shit. Oh, hidden knowledge. So many hidden stuff with Tekken. Well, it's not hidden per se, but it's more like knowledge that it didn't teach you. Nice. Great time limit. Ooh, offering cost. Heals 80% of the gold offering amount. I want this one. I mean, it's the only one that I can afford, honestly. Great time. Divine favor? What's a divine favor? No, that's curse. Ooh. You can use favor to reroll. Refreshes every run and rerolls the shop. But what would I want to reroll? These are good. These are pretty good. Myong. Kremlin, hi. Yeah, I know. I know it reloads the whole thing, but I want this. That's the thing. This could be a good source of healing. I'm buying this with blood. I'm buying this with blood. Yeah. I need at least a bit of a source of healing, which I have none. Gremlin. Ooh, you both know each other. Monhan nows. Wow. Does that mean fellow Singaporean? Wow. Oh, it's this one again. Other curses are unknown as long as this one is not lifted. Ah, so this one is just bad. Studying, then gonna make food in the little while, something good. Monhan buddies. I like to play Monhan, but man, Skyrim, I'm hooked to Skyrim. You see, whenever I get the chance during nighttime, you see me play Skyrim recently. It's too good. I don't want to stop playing Skyrim. No, not soon anyway. Hey. Critical damage. Oh yeah. Hey. Bang. I don't have anyone willing enough to push AR with me. I'm okay with pushing AR, honestly. I need to push my AR as well, but my AR is too low for you. Which is like, ah. So yeah, someday I should push my AR, like for real, push my AR. My AR is only like what 90 something. Oh no. My AR just the last session of Monsanto Rise, my AR has raised to 100. So yeah, finally 3-digit. Burp. Burp. Damage. Damage. Nice. The game sounds so grindy when people can't even catch up with friends. Oh yeah, it's just a game, right? The game is there's no other way to put it. Yeah, it's very fucking grindy. But I guess they make the grind part okay-ish fun. It's not just like, I mean, it's essentially doing the same thing over and over again. That's what grinding does. But I kind of enjoy the grinding process a little bit with Monster Hunter, just because I get to look at dragons. So yeah, I'm okay with Monster Hunter grinding. Oh, for blood! Ugh. I enjoy dancing with monsters. Yeah, that's the thing. Me too. Now, if Amy were to start, me about 1,000 hours just to be on.
Alright, there it is. Beep beep boop boop mic. I was trying to open up voice meter, okay? Sorry no. Sorry no. The voice meter is on. Very nice. To go. Okay. Gonna love hacking beep beep boop boop mic from time to time. 2003 fuck! Voice meter, you shit! Get down there. The Xbox Live, let's go. Mom, could you kill me? We need a redeem for you to open the software. Hey! Oh! Hey! Yeah, maybe a bot reminder, but not redeem. Killing a burning enemy restores one from max health. I don't need that. Give me money! I'm just trying to get money. One point redeem? Oh yeah. Nothing again. Or maybe like make it redeem once per stream. So clever. Like 1.2 streamer email only mode is still on. Oh yes, speaking of that, I didn't even put my channel into email only mode when I don't stream. Bad practice, honestly. Two lightning attacks, no lightning. Hey, I don't have lightning, so. Money! Was going to the CC reminder too? Oh yeah. I did have CC this time, right? I vaguely remember opening CC before I started this session. Champion! Time to fall! CC very online, thank you. Good to know CC is very, very on.
Alright. You should run back, you little shit. Whoa. All of a sudden. I'm stuck. Oh my god. There we go. A little bit bad towards the end, but all good. Yeah, let's remove this one. Ancient Sensor. Gold offering removes 5 corruption. Yeah. Is this dynamite? Oh yeah. I'll take it. My phone must have leaked somewhere because this couple of days I keep receiving emails telling me someone is trying to log in my Discord and Gmail this morning as well. Well, speaking of, last night someone was trying to log into my Steam account. Too bad I have a message. You know, you need the 5-letter or number to log in my account. So yeah, too bad. And also my email has been receiving all sorts of weird ass emails. So yeah, I mean, I guess lately. Just lately they're more active, question mark? I don't know. Don't even know how they get my email, that's the thing. Visions of Madness? Uh-huh. The wounds, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Why is it the hallucination one? Fuck. This is the worst. I mean, good is that I don't need stamina to dodge. Bad is that I don't know what the fuck is going on. Or maybe some big tech companies hacked up but didn't tell anyone. Probably. We never know. Oh. Boom. Boom. Oh. Boom. Good thing that you have the verification code thingy. Yeah, for Steam I have the verification code. If it doesn't improve, means afraid you might have to go through everywhere, wherever logged in on by one. Maybe you could get. Is there like an app or things that can like a something like NordVPN, you know, on YouTube? Everyone's just like sponsored by NordVPN. I know VPN is not gonna fix that, but is there like something that's similar? Hey, oh, hey, oh, oh. Whoa. Oh. Shit, I need to heal. Lightning attacks, minus 12 corruption. I'll get it for the +3 dexterity. Not VPN wouldn't really do much, I think, like really not much. Yeah, I was thinking like something similar to NordVPN, you know, like something that could like check where your information has been leaked, question mark? It's not VPN per se. Doesn't mean a dictionary attack. Can currently crack it? Just gonna mix up to that. All the letters and symbols. Oh shit. Nice. Gosh, my health is terrible. If you save your password on Google, they will tell you the login plus password is leaked. Oh, nice. Give me the fattest one. Heal. Oh, that's a good heal. And also reducing corruptions as well. Ooh, what a win-win. Hydrate now. Alright. It's been a while since I last respect Streamlabs. Let's hydrate. Huh? No words is safest as long as you can somehow still use it. Dictionary attack is pretty much what it sounds like. Dictionary attack is like using a known word, question mark? But then every word is like known. Shiny. Oh my god, I don't like this. What am I looking at? Fuck. Oh, it's a challenge. Oh, don't get hit by enemies is what it means. Okay, now that was a little bit hard. I'm not that good to a point where I can just avoid getting hit by enemies all the time. It's okay, good try. All good. I'm gonna get... do I get more gold? I have a lot of gold, honestly. We can get... Oh, there's attribute there now. I want 2 attributes. Let's go relic, gold, attribute, unknown attribute. Dictionary attacks also include stuff like 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. That is just effortless at best. 1, 2, 3, A, B, C. Oh my god, people actually use that password. I mean, I guess for like, for someone who doesn't use the PC a lot, maybe. That went terribly, not gonna lie. That went like absolute dog shit. How are you gonna research about that? The call, hack me please. Please hack me, oh. Show me that emoji. Woji. Bug. I hate myself for saying. Oh, fuck. Take it slow. Oh, my health is almost gone. It's getting worse and worse. 30% damage against weakened enemies? I can weaken enemies by parrying them, right? Oh boy. Best music! This is my kind of music. Launch 2. Very, very long. That is as long as I can get. Is that long snoot? Oh my god. A brief. Are those beans? Oh, it's so cursed. Oh my god. Why am I looking at? I don't know. This is good stuff. Love me some barcode jam. Favorite jam redeem? Might be a little bit expensive, but I'm gonna even like it. Oh my god, I didn't see that. Bomb! 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 Oh, another one. 3 dexterity against weakened enemies? Let's offer it to the gods, it's fine. You're rich. You're rich.
At Phoebe Go 025 you're rich. Times 15.
You're rich. We're rich. Oh. To all healing effects? Oh my god, I need it. I did mean... I forgot I need to change. Let's just remove this one. It's okay. Right? Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Mushroom? Mushroom? What's with mushroom? What's going on? Is there mushroom going on? Mushroom? Is there mushroom? Huh? Mushroom? We're rich! We're rich! Did they say mushroom? We're rich! We have to keep pinging the condensed gold.
Yeah, I'm redeem rich, ha 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 ha.
We're rich! Oh!
We're rich.
Oh, why is it bloody here? Oh, we're rich. Whoa, you cannot see it if it's in the dark. That's kind of scary. But rich, hell yeah. Oh. If you go into the fungal box, you can find mushrooms. If you keep pinging the fungi, and the door should go mushroom.
We're rich.
I tried
Mushroom.
with Leon,
Mushroom.
though.
We're rich. We're
On
rich.
stream, too.
Mushroom.
We're rich. Mushroom. Mushroom. Oh my god, this place is so bad. It's so stinky. This place is stinky. I don't like. Ew. Tend to play with bombs, I guess. What the fuck? Bomb, bomb, bomb,
Rock and stone. We're rich.
bomb, 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 bong. Hey. Can I get a rock and stone? Gosh, I missed the game. Redemption Light, 3 Constitution. In light. Back to work again. Gonna keep stream on. Yeah. Good luck with work again. I need healing. I need healing. I'm not even in the light, honestly. It's the bad idea for a mod. Heads up, Narix. Oh, mod. Oh, sorry. I thought it's like for mod of the channel. Every time you pick up, go play. We're rich. We're rich. It's a good mod. I could say that definitely. Hey. Hey. We're rich. Why did I do that? Oh, secret room. Oh, yeah. Increase weaken effect duration by 1 second, plus 2 constitution. This one plus no constitution, but it gives me money. If not, if somebody willing to mod the game, it could still apply, if for the wrong initial reason. I mean, yeah. Oh, I can heal though? Let's heal, let's heal. I need healing right now. And I have the relic to double the heal? Double the heal? Yeah. Gosh, I really need more survivability. You're rich in blood. Bong, 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 bong. Good. Bomb, 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 fuck. Bomb, 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 bomb. Ay. Bomb, bomb. Slaver weapon. This should deal critical damage. I'll heal. Bomb. Bong. He. Bomb. Bomb. We're rich. Oh, finally, my health is not too bad right now. Ooh.
Pardon me, my fellow dwarves in arms, but it appears as though we have come across a chunk of precious ore. I surmise that, were we to recover this object, that we would receive a very substantial amount of bonus pay as a result of this most fortunate discovery. As such, I would highly suggest that we retrieve it as soon as possible.
Imagine all the dwarf talks like that. I would uninstall the game. Uninstalling the game. Pardon me, my fellow dwarves in arms. I hate it here. I don't like this hallucination. At least here I don't need stamina.
Hamburger, 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 ham. Hamburger, 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 ham. Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper. Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper. Big Mac, Whopper. Big Mac, Whopper.
Damn, what a rap. Hamburger, 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 ham. That's good stuff, man. %2 base damage. Oh, I'll take this. I have low gold. I'll change away this one then. There. Yeah, the traps are pretty mean. Let's get ability attributes, not ability. At least every time I get hit, I get 150% money back. So, according to how much I get hit, I get 150% back. This is not how they do money back guaranteed. Bomb. 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 Get bombed. Heal 3% of the max health when an enemy is killed by the environment. Are they getting killed by the environment? Can't tell. Butt burger reminds me of what Asperger's was still an official thing. Alright, time to go make food. Alright, have fun making food. Asperger. No Asperger, please. Me no likey Asperger. Whoa. Is that enemy? That's enemy, right? Boom, boom. Ew. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, good bomb. Oh, you're the small one. I thought you're the big one. I was trying to parry 3 times. Got this with the studying. We can only do that before exams. I never really study, to be honest. I'm like the bad kid that never really studies. Like I only study during UEC, which is like form 6 of the last exam. We had 2 for job. Yeah, true as well. I did study, but I just hated it. I was not smart enough to pass without it. I could say the same. Oh shit. Let's go. Should just kill them. What am I doing? Oh, my health. Good discipline on your part too. I guess I have a little bit. Me also impressed though by how much studying helps. It helps, definitely. It helps a lot. What, 2,000? Oh my god. Kayla, I'll heal for that amount too. Ooh, a chunky heal. Doing it all the time, you must feel helps with so much knowledge. Ooh. I didn't do it. He's good, man. I think I want to get more constitution. Chunky damage when an enemy deals 30% of taken damage to enemies around. Or should I just heal? Heal lah. I think the items I have is already not bad. I think. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Fuck. More than 2.3k HP? Is that too much? They're rich. I'm rich. With HP. I'm blocking the money. I have 6,680 gold. I still have one divine favor, I think. That one? Yeah, I still haven't rerolled anything. Because the things that they sell is pretty good. I don't like the big guy. I really don't. Ooh. Hammer? Oh, it's such a strong hammer. I'll reduce corruption. Been lurking, but I'm gonna dip, have fun. Alright, Barnaby. Appreciate the lurk. I'll have fun. And hope you have a good rest too. Still kinda got it. And praise the shield. Shield is praised, hell yeah. Since I mean, I only played this game for a little bit, but like, the second part of the game feels a little bit needlessly long. Can I say that? They took so much more balance than that shotgun chess game. Shotgun chess game. No dumb RNG. I mean, I guess some people do enjoy RNG to some extent, that is. That could be a common feeling if nothing spices the run up. Spices the run up. It's not that, or maybe it is. But I don't know. It just feels like a little bit needlessly long. Like the traversing through the temple is a little bit needlessly long, or maybe it's just that I keep running around like this. I guess I'm glad in Hades they don't do this. Hades has much smaller room. Like a room, a place, you go to the next room, you kill everything, get everything in a small room, that's it. That's Hades. Are you like routine for going fast? Maybe it's just really long. To me, it feels like really long. Albeit, I'm very slow. Like, I'm a very slow gamer, right? But like, this one is just a bit too long. To my taste, anyway. Boom. 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 Nice. Also with these kind of things, I get that they want us to work for the money, right? But then too much traps around the money feels like. Like if you want to give me the money, give it to me. Guess these are the only nitpicks I have for this game. Otherwise it's pretty good. Enjoying this game a lot. Like the combat feels really snappy. I like it. The hit sparks and everything is very satisfying. So yeah. It's funny how two slow gamers are the opposite of slow in PvP. In PvP I want to rush, huh? Maybe. I like rush down. It look as snappy as you make it sound. Controls are tight. Good kind of tight too, so I can appreciate that. Like, so it's making me work too hard for the money. Get what I mean? Like, sure, work for the money, yes, but a little bit too much, you know? There's something that's a little bit too much. Ooh, oh my god. That's a scary baby. Similar to GF, when Need to always start back from the start again. I mean, I don't mind games like that. Like, I love games like this. I love games that this is like roguelike games. I know that roguelike games requires me to go back from the start and start a new build over again. So like every time I start a new run, it will always be a different build. Which I get, right? It's just the traversing through the temple takes too long. Too less combat is what I'm trying to say. If you sidetrack, you will end up taking much longer. Roll more? The stamina? Nah, I'll offer this. Like if you look at Gunfire Reborn, it's pretty much just like a map with a lot of enemies, whereas this one is not that much, to be honest. Like, I guess if it's like too much, I guess if it's too much, it might get a little bit hectic. So I guess maybe like lower down the something like this. What's the point? I mean, I guess it's a temple, but still, it's too much work. Boom. Despite me saying all the shit about this game, this is the only nitpick I have for the game. Only nitpick, right? Oh, it's not as good. I'll get money. Our first 10k money has been reached. Look at that. And I'll try not to block it too much in there. Look at that. Our first 10k. It's a breather between combat. Yeah, too long though. Something you're next to having some non-dangerous danger. It's pretty good you can go slow. I'm not rich anymore. Ding. But I get big heal. Full health. Look at that. Beautiful. Here's a champion. Wonder if I can do this first try. Torch of Sorrow. Look to the moon to see the sun's light in this reflection. Look to the sun if you want to go blind. Your torch loses its fire and lighting properties. It shines with a dark light still revealing hidden traps. You no longer take extra damage when standing in the darkness. Oh, that is so good. I don't care about light. Let's go. No extra damage in the dark? I've been fighting in the dark for 10 years. What the fuck? Too early. Can I roll? I didn't roll in time. Oh! Sorry, give me a moment. Hey, I did it while having hallucinations. Oh, hi, Lex. Welcome in, Lex. There it is. What is so much things? Hope you're doing good. Good morning. Good morning to you. Hope you had a good sleep. Still works every time he gets out to do chores. Someone joins chat. It's a blessing, or it's a neutral. 50 minutes? Ooh. Ooh. 50 minutes. 50 minutes for 2 rounds. I mean, I can do an hour for 4 stages in Gunfire Reborn. An hour. Yeah, I guess. Maybe I'm just too slow in this game.
You're rich in victories.
I'm rich in victories. New blood emblem. Gun and knife. This one. Claw and dagger. Ooh. Pure damage. Maybe? Hi Leon, again. Wait, you were here before, right? Yeah, you were here for a little bit. Ah, almost forgot. I can do one more run. Oh, they all use so much. 250? Your Great Cube counter never runs out when you're out of combat and does not reset between rooms. Your damage increased by 1% per active Great Cube count. That seems a little good, isn't it? The secret self boob is that even legal? Oh my god. That's a little bit too strong. Let's try two-handed weapons or bow this time. I like spear though. Attacking right after a successful parry triggers a powerful riposte. That's just Dark Soul, isn't it? Fully charged shots weaken enemies. As legal as loot boxes. Oh, bombs. I like bombs. Charge attack launches a single void bomb, attracting all nearby enemies before exploding. That's too good, isn't it? Can I even get this? Deal critical damage against elites, champions, and bosses. Just like, let's try 3 times in the line behind the point of impact. Whoa, that's fun. See, I never get this one. Like Heart Render the Flesh Eater or something like that. Flagellation, Mistress of Agony. Whoa. I want this, and I want this. I want to try out spear and or bow. Me just saw out of the corner of my eye that Tianhua was nerfed. Oh, thought that might be relative. Tianhua got nerfed? No, boo. Oh, it's the end of all Tianhua mains. Mixed opinion about this manual unlocking. It's cool to choose, but in my opinion, it can make you regret some purchases for widening the pool. Yeah, true. I had that feeling just now. It's like, what if I buy something I don't want? That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Common main weapons, two-handed weapons, secondary weapons. Ooh, I want this. Broken longsword. Wait, they just changed the entire thing? Oh no, where's my... Still have a shield. Let's play with this. The unbroken version would be cool. I want to get more attributes. I love getting attributes. Oh. Oh, wow. Wait, I just realized you cannot see the trap without torch? That's kinda cool. Oh shit. I bombed the wrong thing. Bum. Oh yeah. Boom. Boom. What, 4%? That's quick. Passing through a door inflicts 25% less corruption. Oh, yes please. That helps. When enemies killed by the environment, let's take it. I mean, afterwards I can change it, so it's fine. Boom, boom, boom. Oh! I got more corruption. That's kinda bad. Fire is cool. Just cool like that, I guess. They're kinda cool. Like, not cool as in temperature. You know what I mean. Fire is cold. Apparently Ari can now hit TN70, the spin, so that's cool and fixed. Oh. I thought 70 is supposed to be like, if impeachable. Well, not, I don't know how long of a iframe that is. Ay, 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 ooh. Nice. It hits at peak or something. Oh yeah, that's normal. It's only invincible until at the peak. Wait, it's new? Isn't it supposed to behave that way from the start? So you're saying to me that back then it's even more broken? Maybe I should look up to the change log, like the patch. TFH to me is like so slow, honestly. Oh my god. Oh. I don't like throwing knife. Do I get bonk? Oh, bonk's so expensive. We should pick it up again. The tiny bit of knowledge reminded me of the fun. And boyfriend doesn't seem to have any interest in playing. Knives are fast and cool, but his main weapon? Yeah. I still like shield, but shield and throwing dagger just doesn't fit. Like, at all. I can reroll. Use favor. Okay, I mean, I got the same thing. What is this? Do I just use dagger instead? You know, just cut them? Don't know if I can parry well without the shield, but I'll try. I don't know, knife seems kinda connived. Knife seems kinda connived. I mean, dagger kinda counts as a knife, isn't it? If secondary weapon is a shield, oh, maybe? If secondary weapon is a shield, that helps. 100% damage against weakened enemies. Let's try throwing knives then. Let's try it. At least this one is like hunting axes. It's a throwing weapon. I'll buy this. Because my secondary weapon is a shield. I get to parry. I don't get the point of this. Like, there's not that much of an enemy to do that. Attribute! I might have to sacrifice corruption. Reflected temple? How can one know when one is consumed by sadness until a mirror reveals the tragedies etched upon the face? Temple can switch appearance at any time and turn into mirror mode. I gain 5 perception? Into mirror mode? So like my... Is my control fucked? No. My control is not fucked. Ooh, I'm on fire. Fuck. Oh yeah, that works with my build, I think. Since now I'm using hunting axe. Hunting axe requires me to weaken the enemy. Oh. Rip, there was 2 breakable walls back there, but I don't have bonk. Bomb works as well? I really need to look at breakable walls. I don't even know how they look like. I mean, I know how they look like, but I never really pay attention to it. Oh no. Splosh. Swing, swing, splosh. Bomb is traditional wall breaking tool. Okay, now that you say it, now I feel dumb. Yeah, bomb is a traditional wall breaking tool. Swoosh and splush. At any time. When they say any time, it is at any time. Oh, yep, I don't have enough money. I'll offer blood for the treasure find. For the sneak. Ugh. I mean, I got 5 perception with the mirror mode. Mirror doesn't seem to have that much of an impact, I feel like. Like, just mirror. What is that gonna do? Oh no, it's this thing again. Alright. Don't get hit. That was too close for comfort. Oh! Good thing there's no time limit. Desperation. Main weapon mace. Uh-oh. Base damage increases by a percentage of missing HP. Secondary weapon affixes are doubled. Each attack consumes 5 gold. No. No, thank you. Sight with the sword. Finishes cost no stamina. Oh wow. 30% damage against elites, champions, and bosses. It's not... it's not that good. It doesn't make me wow. No single social... Yeah, I'm taking this one. That may sound really good actually, but 5 gold each attack? My secondary weapon's a shield though. I use the shield for parry purposes only. So you can just focus on using the off-10. So I don't use throwing knives. 5 gold. 5 is a lot, Pinky. For a kobold, it's a lot. So I just bonk. He offers to the gods and remove the curse. What kind of curse do I have? Like, the curse is good. Oh, fine. I'll just bonk. I'll just bonk my shield. If I use it now, will I lose 5 gold? 1513. Oh fuck, I hate this weapon. Okay, time for corruption number 2. I'll get more gold. I need more gold. Oh, no corruption because minus 20%. I forgot. Nice. POG Pog. Yeah, now bonking with the power if I'm rich. I'm not rich anymore. If the bonk requires me to use money for bonk, I'm not rich. I'm sad. Ugh. Ugh. Thanks. It feels so weird using only shield bonks. I mean, it kind of works. Oh. Whoa! Each Q restores 1 stamina? Well. I know what to play. Oh my god. Alright, what is it? Shadow Flame? There's so many corruptions. Even the light and warmth of fire can be touched by the cold embers of darkness. Some braziers now burn with a dark flame and cannot be lit. That's not that bad, isn't it? But I don't see the good in this. I didn't. There must be some good. There must be, right? Since this game is all about, this game's corruption is all about. Okay, some bad, definitely some good. But this one I just don't see it. Dark Flames rule. Just for that. Shadow Flame. Some of the brazier is gonna be light up and it's in Dark Flame. Feels like this one is the first pure bad ones. What the fuck, they're not roll? You get vision but remain in darkness. For some build, maybe. Yeah, for some build. Not my current situation, no. Whoa, new enemy? Sticks of dynamite? No. I like Spur. Spur's good. This is getting disorienting. Also, I don't think I have a source of healing. Oh, like this one, right? Yeah. Oh, even my torch is gone. That's kind of scary. All right, champion. I'm gonna spear the champion. Did I not roll? Oh shit. Oh, I wasted all stamina. I didn't mean to use 5 gold there. Nah, I guess I don't want Shadow Flame. Like, it's not beneficial to me currently. Stormlash? Ooh. Might as well make use of this, right? Since I have... Yeah, the main weapon... strengthen the off-hand, the secondary weapon. Oh yeah. This one? Bonk? Restores 1% of max health for each enemy killed. Ah, this one is also so good. Take. Alright, that's fine. Pinky will do more stuff for the family. Boop, next me will appear as soon as me gets up from me. Oh. Alright, good luck with family stuff. I'm gonna go healing. Healing gets corruption though. Potentially 2 attributes here. And get relic? Yeah, I'll go with this one. We got new place, let's go. The is back. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, thanks, Mirror. Oh, I should have done that. I guess I should use more hammer for now. Need to heal. Oh, hi, Space Gear. Welcome in. Also, welcome back, Gremlin. Hello, hello. Oh my god, the mirror. The mirror is terrible. Dagger? Often combos deal critical damage. Against uninjured enemies? Nah, offer to the gods. I don't need it. Hope you're doing good, Space Cube. Fulmination Death's Rampart? Parrying reflects projectiles. 60% base damage per other cursed weapon or cursed relic carried against uninjured enemies. What? I don't have to favor to reroll anymore. Nah, I'm not gonna buy anything here. It's fine. My hammer's good. I'm gonna use the hammer. Let's get more relic. Doing well? Ah, good to know, good to know. Boom. Barbed whip. Deals critical damage while stamina is depleted. Nah, offer. Get that dexterity. Bought a childhood game on Steam earlier, and that's why I've been playing all night. Oh, that's such a nice feeling. Feeling the nostalgia kicking in. Yeah. I should play retro games. I should play some retro games that I played back then. The NES era. Ooh, those are some good times. Oh shit. Bonk. Oh my god. Great. What? I was charging in, nothing touched me. You fuck? It's like, fuck you. It didn't even say what killed me. Fuck. You piece. Oh, that feels like shit. I don't even know what killed me. The game is called Dungeon Defenders. Ooh. Wait, I think I heard of the game. Dagger, claw, longsword. This one. Whip, hammer, bomb. Yeah, lost the game. I don't even know how I lost. It feels like I got robbed. Ouch. it's a burger. You got the burger. Another burger? No fucking way. You got another burger. Yeah, okay, there. Ow, ow. Hey, I got nut. RG bold. That's a helicopter. I'll do one more. That shit doesn't count. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh god. Ooh. That's a mighty long tail. What can I say? That tail is looking scrumptious. That tail is looking scrumptious. Oh god. I'm becoming helicopter. Help. Helicopter. Oh god. Double scan. Wow. Squiggly tail this time? Love me a bit of a squiggly tail. You only broke your legs? What? Out of context, it sounds so scary. Kills trigger a large blast that weakens all nearby enemy. I'll take it. I'll play with bombs. Bombs good. Oh no. I'm jamming. You guys cannot see it. Oh. Oh, there's a cursed blue line. Oh shit. Oh god. Why did I get double scanned? Help. Help. E? E? I'm jamming, you guys cannot see. That pixel on your screen. More scan? Did you guys wake up and chose violence? That pixel on your screen. I'm still helicoptering. Leon is joining in. I'm gonna play the game. Don't worry about it. All right, it's not happening. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. Oh, I got a good bomb. Boom. Whoa. Disembodied tail. You guys... Oh, did the scan just stop working? Oh my god, the scan is going ham. The scan is actually going ham. Well then. Guys, the points. Oh, tree. I'll take it. How are you guys enjoying my Omogus scans? Any cursed scans going on? Omogus! Oh, Leon, have you played this before? What is that? Is that my leg? Is that my leg? This? Yeah. No, never? Ooh. Looks like Hades though? Yeah. Too many scans! Oh! The scans are overlapping. Bomb. Bomb. Oh. Oh, I'll take this. Uh-huh. The scan's getting so janky. I'm still not alive. I'm alive. Oh. Wow. I'm alive. Ah. Okay, Dion. Okay. I see. So you woke up and chose violence as well. I woke up and chose violence today. Oh god. long war. Bing. Oh, yeah, just a little bit. It looks so wrong. That looks so wrong. Looks like Shubin. I became a burb of some sort. I'm now borb. I'm now bird. Snoot. There was a big snoot. All good, all good. There was a cursed snoot. Nice. Always love me a good treasure find. Maybe I should get relic? Both can get to attributes. Yeah, both can go to the like middle. Oh, I thought I should tell you I got Sons of the Forest. What is that? Sons of the Forest? Is that a new game? Me don't know what that is, but sounds yay. Yeah, that sounds yay indeed. Also, that sounds new, since I never heard of the game. Or maybe it's like an old game that I don't know about. Have you played The Forest? Yeah, I streamed it before. Is it the sequel to The Forest? No fucking way. Really? They have a sequel to The Forest? Okay. Holy shit, no fucking way. I never even finished the game. I never know how to find Timmy. Dude, that's huge. Gibby! Thanks for just standing there. I will look it up afterwards. Oh. Haven't started playing it yet? Ooh. I wonder if my PC can like handle it. Did watch other streamers play it? Oh, definitely. There's gonna be a lot of streamers playing it. I mean, if it's a Forest sequel, it's such a big deal. Oh yeah. He got there very, very early, so I assume he just came out. Like, not even a day. Plus 30% gold offering cost. When enemies killed by environment. 15% critical damage. Ah, I love this one. I don't have the money. I don't want to get corrupted. Do I want to get corrupted? Oh, fine, I'll take it. All good. Only 70 point into corruption. I am already corrupted. Cool. Cool. Why do I keep getting this? I don't like getting hallucinations. That shit whack. Like the good side doesn't even, it's not even that worth, man. Too early. Look at this piece of shit. Like, sure, I can keep rolling. I press the wrong button. Cool. Hey. I hate it here. Oh. Guess I'll upgrade my bomb. I already got Hogwarts Legacy, and now that I got Sons of the Forest as well, it's gonna take some time for me to finish playing these two games. Yeah, big games. Games that can make me forget about the stresses of real life is considered a fun game to me. That's the thing, you play games to have fun. You play games to enjoy. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit of a different case. Like, I've been called masochist multiple times because I like challenges in games, but I'm not suffering for it. Like, I know when to stop. That's the thing. I enjoy challenges. I do. It's great. But yeah, the most important thing to play games when you're playing games is to have fun. Release that stress, baby. Ooh. Yeah. I was in the middle of throwing, you bitch. You wanna hit me? Alright. Challenge can be fun too. Yeah. I like good challenges. Challenges that is like not overly stupid. Know what I mean? I mean, putting it that way might be a little bit too disrespectful, but just yeah, that's what I mean, right? That's what I mean. Just challenges that's not like one-shot kill and then difficult as fuck, and then it's like janky controls. None of those stuff, right? None of those stuff. Also, I'm gonna open up the lights and close the windows. It's getting really late. Give me a moment. Like, especially game like this. Game like this, right? This Curse of the Dead Gods, it's like, it's challenging, yes, but the controls are snappy as hell. You're the type who does critical necromancy with the character who died instantly after all. Yeah, I mean, that one at least you have like, you have like tight controls of the character. You don't lose control over the character. Like, I hate the most is when a game forces me to lose control over the character that I'm controlling. That's like the worst thing ever. Example, I can't think of any currently. Yeah, currently I cannot think of any examples of what I mean. Or maybe a little bit of what happened with the mirror. When the mirror happens, I lose control over my character. Know what I mean? Like I cannot move at all. So it's good. I'm taking this one. So it is some form of that I lose control over my character. It's the most annoying shit ever. Ooh, yeah. Ay. Mirror is annoying, yeah. Like, fuck you, here's bad RNG, die. Bad RNG... Luck-based is okay to me. Luck-based, if I die to a luck-based problem, I wouldn't say skill issue. I might get a little bit annoyed, but not as annoyed as losing control of my character. Like, that's the key word here. Like, if a game requires me to do, like, very tight maneuvers and shit, don't make me lose my character's control. Oh. Tall Snake! Oh! Hi! Oh my goodness! Hey. I was talking shit about games that made me lose control. But all good though. I'm not mad at this game. This game is really good. 4 minute ad raid. Hi Tasnik. It's been a while. How you doing? Here. What were you playing? You were playing Project Zomboid? Oh my god. I heard the game a lot. Never really played it myself. A lot of people say that it's a really good game. How was it though? How was a Project Zomboid? Here, let me do this as well. Yeah! Doing good. Just been playing some Project Zomboid and I'm drinking a whole bottle of wine during stream. Wow! I mean, so long as you're having fun, all good. I almost did. Why is that so bad for modding stuff? I mean, it is no, it is Twitch mobile. It's terrible at best. But still it lets people watch streams, so I guess in a sense it's pretty good. Spam your hydrates during stream. I mean, that's why the community cares about you, right? Moisturize, stretch that bone. I'm gonna do it. Thanks, Lex. Yeah, that's healthy. Although maybe not drowning kind of healthy. Not drowning amount of hydration. I'm glad you had fun with Project Zomboid. Uh-oh. Also, welcome in Raiders. My name is Droxen. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I do art occasionally. Albeit it's been a while since I last do art, so but I still do art, right? I still do art. In the near future, I'm gonna do it. Very near. 10 push-ups and squats. Yeah, let's do it. Here, let me open up. Let me open up Heckin' Monsanto music. I almost opened up my toilet break. Yeah. I'm gonna put it on my face. Ding. Good loot? No. I'm not going to toilet break. I almost typed the wrong thing. Here, let's listen to this one again. $720p? This is the quality of Monster Hunter. Oh, no la, it's just a picture. Alright, let me do some workout too, real quick. Alright. I'll still be here anyway, it's fine. Oh. Wait, I just realized my body still hurts a little bit from yesterday's badminton session. Just a little bit though, I'm okay. I just got scanned. Hi. Please don't overwork body. Oh no, I won't. I'm okay. No worries. I will not overexert myself. Legacy Music Pack in Rise doesn't have this. However, it does. It has? Wait, so that means that I can play this music when I'm in Elgato? If I buy the music pack? Oh, I'm good. Don't worry about it. I'm okay. Wait, let me look. I'm so tired. I need to catch my breath. Your model was squatting looks like you are peeking from behind something. Oh yeah. I'm actually peeking from behind something. You're right. It's only natural for me to do that. Masanta series basis. Wonder if I can search for it. Peaking while healthy? Yeah. I cannot. Both? Oh, there it is. Awakening Poke. Don't know which one this is. Don't know which one this is. Basis 2? Did I choose 2 or 1? 2, right? Oh! Astra? Ew. Yes. What? What? Right, this is... Ew. What? Yes. What? What is this? The last one is Swaratorium from GU. Burna? Which game is Burna from? I only play Masanta 1, 2, and then skip 2. Oh wait, 1, 2, and then Frontier. Frontier, and then World, and then Rise. At least those are the ones that I play. I need to buy this. How much is this? 610? Nothing happened. Totally don't buy that at all. Wow, Hearts is 240? Shit. Oh, it's already on my wish list. Nice, okay, good. Try now with EA Play. I highly doubt that my PC can handle Wild Hearts like at all. The face is so Asian. Shooting while firing? Cool. Okay, I'm not here to watch this. Only one expensive way to find out. I'm not buying that. Alright, let's continue playing the game. That was a good workout. Okay, I'm slowly catching my breath. Everything is good. How do I play this game? Boom. Okay, all good. Alright, here we go. Weapon or unknown? Unknown. God, I'm crippled again? Deadly Obsession. You're most likely when you're near your final breath. Maximum stamina. Oh, this one's good. This one is so good. So my maximum stamina has been reduced by 1. And then if I kill an enemy at any point, I get 2 back. It's like, holy shit. This is like the best curse ever. Look at that. Oh. Nice hoop. Uh-oh. Each cube permanently increases base damage by 5%. Oh, there it is. Bow? Jaguar bow? If I buy this, I'll be a dagger main. Let's be a dagger main. I did see the rest. Minus 30% damage when in light, plus 20% damage per active curse. I have 2 curses right now. So when I'm in the light, it does no damage. Let's go cut champion. Champion of Jaguar. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Oh my god. I cannot dodge. I have no damage. Oh. That's annoying as fuck. Yeah, no Vision of Madness, please. That shit sucks. Holy shit. Oh yeah. I did get some gold from that, right? I have 2 of these. Gold offering costs. Healing to all effects. I don't have any healing currently. I can remove corruption, but I don't think... So many kitties. Yeah. 1/2 of the boss. My dagger just doesn't do any damage like at all. And then every time I press a button and attack, they'll attack me instead. It's like, oh yeah, sure, cool. I forgot how painful it is to deal with input reading fucks, but yeah. It's all good now. It's like the old fighting games. Input reading. You press a button and then they'll do something that's faster than you 1 frame, and then they'll beat the shit out of you. They're also good though. Weaken enemies, it's good when I'm using bombs. And I can get 2 constitution. You know what? I'm replacing this one. Yeah. It's okay since I have like these bosses teach fundamentals. I mean, footsie doesn't really work against a boss that input reads the fuck out of you. Not spamming random buttons and such. True. But then again, that is just... There has to be a better way to implement fighting games AI. At least not input read to an extreme degree. Hi, cauliflower. Press jab, you're level 5, pretty much. Blood offering cost? Maybe not. You know, I'll take this to replace this since it doesn't add that much. There. It's funny as fluff when humans reversal your random jab. Yeah. It happens when we are like pressing too much buttons. And then it's like people accidentally buffer a level 5. People accidentally buffer a level 3 after when they get hit by a jab. It's like the funniest shit ever. I like that a lot. Never happened to me though. Nice. Crit damage. Do I even have any healing effects currently? No, right? I don't even have any heals. Fine, just replace this. It's okay. Get the bonus buff. You do that shit on purpose? Oh my god. 50% juicy? It's not bad, not gonna lie. It's pretty okay-ish. I use this, right? Okay. I should get more gold. Gold, okay, I can go gold, unknown attributes, weapon. Oh boy, bloodlust. Drink heartily from the fountain of warm life and ignore the salty taste. All regular healing effects are disabled, except those coming from blood. Defeating enemies now releases blood instead of gold, restoring a portion of health. Blood quantity is increased by the kill counter and perception. Ah? So I don't earn gold anymore? That sucks! I want gold! How do I even get gold now? Yeah, it's just blood. I want gold! Ah, god damn it. I'm upset. I'm upset. I'm an angry bold. I'm angry. Oh boy, I didn't dodge in time. I didn't see that. Oh my god. I don't want this. Minus corruption? Sure. I'm now cleaned. Did anything heal me just now? Oh, no. I don't want box. Thank you. Hunting axes? If secondary weapon is a pistol, plus 2 perception, huh? Nah, I'll get 2 perception. 96 HP. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna survive this. Gonna try anyway. No healing at all, by the way. barbed whip. I mean, whip is cool. I thought bloodlust's gonna heal me, but I'm not seeing me getting healed. Everything just lower my corruption, please. My corruption is at 0, and then every single items that I offer to the god will reduce my corruption level. Oh! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Run, 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 run. I cannot fight in this. Am I supposed to fight in this? I guess I am. I say bullshit to this one. I'm not happy about this one. Door open when you jumped in? Well. Too bad, isn't it? Can't think straight when I'm panicking. Can't think straight when I don't know what's happening at all. Gosh, this game is making me pissed. Yeah, I should stop for a little bit. Still love this game, don't get me wrong. Game's good. But when they throw so many weird shit at me and then after half an hour, it's just a little bit painful. Just a little bit painful. But then again, it's a roguelike game, things that are gonna happen eventually, right? You learn the hard way. It hurts. Stream end? Yeah. This wispy boy must head to bed. Good night, Droxen in chat. Alright, good night, Space Gear. I mean, in a way, I think I don't want this. This one is not. I mean, this one is good, but like some of the corruption is good. So, yeah, I'm not gonna get this. This tree is good enough, unless I can get this one. This one is like really heckin' good. 250 though. I could save up for it. Not much I want to buy for now. I think I kinda want to just save up for the 250 what's it called? Reptilian Hunger? Yeah, Reptilian Hunger. I wanna buy this one. Reptilian Hunger. Give dragon. Okay lah. I think I stop here lah. I'm pretty sure if I play more at this point, I would definitely get mad, so it's good to know my limits and stop for now. I will definitely play more of this game, like, holy shit. I will most definitely play more of this game because it's pretty good, not gonna lie. Like, if I know more about the game, then yeah. That one, the last one I died is to, because I don't know what's happening, right? I don't know what's going on and stuff like that, so yeah. It happens to all roguelike games. If you don't know what's happening, of course you're gonna panic. I'm gonna panic. Thank you again once for stream, no problem. Albeit got a little bit pissy towards the end there. Here, let me embiggen myself. Embiggen. I'm now big. Okay, I'm here now. I should probably set up for the camera stuff. For VTube Plus, I guess. Here, let's continue listening to the Monster Hunter music. Fun thing about roguelikes and also roguelikes is that they can be streamed whenever. Yeah, that's the thing. Oh my god, it's so loud. Like, the thing about roguelikes, like, every time you play it, it's gonna be different. That's the fun part about roguelikes, and I like it. It's like endless replayability. It's pretty good, not gonna lie. Oh, whoa. Is that Gaijin checking nerf Tien in actual matches? Checking nerf Tien? Every Tianhua main sweating balls right now. It's like, oh god. How about the power of Volcanic Dashu? Is the Volcanic Dashu being nerfed like crazy? Yeah, we can rate Jin. Jin is like rarely streams, but I've rarely got a chance to rate Jin, honestly. So yeah. Thanks for the stream. Oh, thank you for being here, Lex. Sorry about my behavior again. I just cannot contain my anger just now. That is where me had the info from. Oh, I should check it out. Like read the notes. Let me look at Steam real quick. Dams Fighting Herds. When is my last played? Where is Dams Fighting Herds on my Steam playlist? Oh god. Oh my god, I'm not seeing the game? I should just search. Damn. Oh, there it is. Last played December 22nd, 2022. That is a lot of twos. 22nd December 2022. It's all twos. Oh my god. I am screenshotting this one in. There's so many twos. Okay, let's see. Patch notes. Still waiting for Dear Daddy. Sorry to say, but I think it's gonna be a long time. Like, Texas is way overdue. Spring, they say that. I sincerely hope they actually release the character as planned, you know, and not just delayed it too much like Texas. It's suddenly pouring outside at night, really? Wow, shit. Okay, let me just look at Tianhua. Okay, scene. Hide. The invulnerability period for 7D has been shortened significantly. This reversal is one of the most controversial abilities in the entire game. We're finally addressing it after over a year of it slipping through many previous patches. Yeah, how's this waterproof? It is. Meter gain has been adjusted across the board. This finally lines Tianhua up with the rest of the cast meter gain adjustment in patch 3.0 for level 3 super balancing. Until now, Tianhua was operating on old meter gain rules, which don't translate to 3.0, as it makes her level 3 far too accessible, with our level 3 supers to remain super special occurrences and not a regular part of every single game. Do people even do popping out level 3 like every match? So now the problem is level 3 will only happen when there's a final round happened. Like, if people straight up bodies you for 2 rounds straight, you will not get level 3 at all. Like, only during final round will you see level 3. I guess they want to retain that, I guess. Like, there's no fucking way on the second round will people get level 3 if that's the case. Like, even speaking in Tianhua perspective, getting level 3 on round 2 is near impossible. It's possible. It's heckin' difficult. You have to really play the first round very slow, and really goes down to like both are in magic pixel range, I guess, to build the most meter possible, then it might be possible to get level 3 on the round 2. But since they changed that, honestly, I'm okay with this, right? I'm okay with this. They want to make level 3 as special occurrences. Maybe that's why they also make level 3, like, they make level 3 super grandiose, right? And then the payoff is that level 3 is pretty much just style. You want to style your opponent, do a level 3. Damage wise, you can just do your manual level 3 combo. That does so much more damage than level 3s. Or actually has better situations after a level 3. The payoff is also some utility. It's not worth, honestly. I'd rather do level 1 for the hard knockdown if I want to. Right? It, like, holy shit. Like how Velvet can grab you. Yeah, it's so... You have to pick out... it. The problem is it's a level 3. It's full 3 bars. And if you have to nitpick a good out of a level 3, it's pain, right? So that's why I say level 3 is just purely for style points. Like this game, if you have to pick up what good is level 3, like you have to really think about it. It's not like TN's NTAU like Texas, etc. Block strings now have suddenly danger of being thrown. Yeah, level 3. Only once in the game, I guess. Block strings have a sudden danger. Only when you're level 3. Only on final round. It's not that accessible. You have to think about it. So would you rather spend 3 bars and let people have to think about, oh, I'm gonna get thrown by a level 3? I'll get thrown. let me get thrown when I'm blocking you. Let me get thrown by a level 3. You have no bar to work with. Thank you. Right? I'd rather take that. And what do I get after level 3? Maybe for Velvet wise, you have maximum like full screen range. So at least that's good for Velvet. The rest, like if I'm a rushdown character, like Tianhuo, right? I'm a Tianhuo main, so I do level 3. It puts me at full screen range. I have like dash in. That's a little bit sad, right? So that's why, again, style points, which I can respect when people do level 3s. They are good finishers. Very nice style points. They look really good. I wouldn't say it's very useful for level 3 wise. Level 3 not useful. I'll keep it that way. Level 3 is purely for style. Like you know how in tournaments when people pull out a level 3, it's like, oh my god, the level 3, oh, those kind of aspects, right? As if you had a powerful starter and 2 bar of meter. Then again, Pinky, it's 3 bars. I'd rather reset. It's just that I guess I'm too critical about post level 3 stuff. Like I get they're good finishes, but what if I want to have a good situation? I would never do level 3 if I want to have a good situation. It's worse than doing your install whatever you have. Then just do level 1 for a hard knockdown and hoping they'll press the button on wake up and then reset them entirely. Yeah, it's the finisher move. It's only for the style. It does a little bit more damage than manual level 3. Right? If I were to do my own level 3, like level 1 into level 2 install and then a little bit more follow up and then do level 3, it does a little bit more than that and requires a lot more execution for that. And in that case, they want to end the round if they have like less health. To level 3, right? That's good. So that's my point of view on level 3. Still didn't change that one, sadly. It can cover some spots for the character. It can. It definitely can. For the entire bar. Yeah. It's so painful. I mean, I guess you could use it as a as a mental play. Know what I mean? Like, if you have level 3, if other people know what your level 3 does, they'll think about this like, oh god, level 3 is coming, right? Let's say, again, you said Velvet level 3 is like a good grab, right? It's a command grab. So, oh god, I have to think about, you know, Velvet now has access to command grab. I should press button more, or like I should jump more, and then people can use that knowledge and never pop a level 3, actually beat the shit out of them, right? So in comes the mind play, right? In comes the mind play. That's how I would see level 3s. I think level 3 is more about mind play. Oh, how about Shanty? How about my Pirata Goto Shanty? Fix the issue causing a reversal level 1 super to instead come out as a normal after Shanty was buried by Texas Smash. Fixing the issue where Warbound stun would cause camera problems during wall-cling attacks. Oh shit. Fixed after images from install. Shanty and Tianhua in their level 2s. Effective being superimposed over the ship segment of Shanty level 3 super. Oh. That's really specific. Paprika. Reversal attacks from Paprika opponent no longer cause them to eat a gift. This will change Paprika's leverage over the opponent during wake-up situations. Huh. Oleander gets 19 frame startup, 26 frame active giant invisible move. Though the other thing for Mita is Fred, although in 2 lasers in a row. Yeah. Oleander, I would not see anyone used as Oleander. No way people will do level 3. Laser is good. Think about punishing it. Level 2 summoning Fred. More pressure? Oh fuck yeah. Level 3 style. Right? Style. Although Paprika level 3 is a little bit interesting. Last time I see is that it's an install changes Paprika's stance. Paprika becoming grumpy, pissed, and then I think it lowers Paprika's hitbox, and then you press the button, Paprika will jump at you. That's a command grab. I assume it's a command grab, or it's an attack. Either sneezes or hugs. Oh. I see, so 2 different ones then, since I don't know much about Paprika's level 3. I only like seen them once when the level 3 first came out, and that's it. Fixing issue where I don't really care about the other characters. And then Texas. Oh, Texas has a shitload of bug fixes. Paprikas are currently sad. Level 3s are, sorry to say, sad in general. Texas now has a crouch idle animation. Cool. The damage bonus from landing a bullseye is no longer true damage. The attack now respects scaling rules. Nice. I guess bullseye deals too much damage back then. Paprikas, not supers. I know. But it's just my point of view towards level 3. That's it. Or like supers in general. Oh, maybe not supers in general. Some of the supers is really good. Nah, supers are pretty good. Level 3s. How about that? Just put it as level 3s. Level 3 bid. Oh yes, the Gene is still streaming. Nice, good, okay. You can now do reversals despite spending on food. Is it for for the opponents or for Paprika? So Paprika can now do DP on wake up even though there's like a fruit standing, even though Paprika is standing on fruit? Question mark? Everyone? Oh, everyone! Okay. So everyone can do wake up button and not eat fruit. Only on wake up? Food doesn't stop that anymore? That just makes Paprika even more sad, isn't it? Now Paprika cannot pressure. Paprika cannot lock the option of people. It cannot stop people from pressing A on wake up anymore. Oh man. Oh, Paprika is so sad right now. Oh my god. Why would they nerf that? I mean, they didn't say it's a nerf, but it's such a nerf. Like, Paprika used to do that to limit the option of people doing wake up A, but now people can just like, I'm gonna wake up A, hee hee. Get stop or not reversal. It just gives them more option then. It's weird how we do that. I think letting them wake up, eat fruit, it's such a strong power move for Paprika, you know? Like, oh, you want to wake up A, eat fruit instead, get the huge punish. Something like that, right? But yeah, I guess that's my standpoint on Dance Frank still. Level 3 still Like I wouldn't think of doing level 3 when I'm playing a real match. But I guess playing against friends, hell yeah. Level 3 for the style. It's even the current topic in chat. You mean food? I sure am getting hungry. Let's see, yeah, it's 7. Oh, 7:13? Yeah. Okay, let me check something real quick. I should rate soon. I think I'm done with ranting towards Dems Frank Hertz. And also ranting towards like what is it again? Game stuff. Oh, I'm gonna summon Bernie. Incompatible. No donation. Hey Bernie, come here, Bernie. I just want to summon Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. I'm once again asking for your financial support. I don't know why I decided to do that, but do that I did. It's fun. Alright, let me type in the rate to Gaijin.
Hey chat, did you know? Motor Clicey, 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 Motor
Clicey. Gaijin underscore? I think that's it, right? Gosh, it still baffles me that Gaijin plays Dance Frank Hertz using a keyboard. Oh. What kind of skill is that? Oh my god. I cannot think about playing funny games in keyboard now. I have to use controller. Oh, it's so crazy to me still. Alright, I typed it right to Gaijin. Hope I didn't mess up the name. I should just copy and paste it. Give me a moment. There, okay. Tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow is Saturday. Look, as much as I want to play Skyrim, God, I cannot just keep streaming Skyrim. I cannot keep doing that, can I? I can. I totally can. It's a habit and preferences. Some probably can't use gamepad instead. Oh yeah, true. Everyone's different. I can respect that. Control the gang, yeah, control the gang. So, Hollow Knight or Amaterasu game? Gosh, I'm so missing out on those games. Like, there's still so many games I need to keep up with. There's Neo. There's Brock the Investigator that I haven't started yet. I mean, I don't plan on streaming Resident Evil 6 at all. That time I do it, it's just for funsies. But yeah, there's Neo, there's Brock the Investigator that I haven't started yet. These two, at least, right? And then there's this Okami and Hollow Knight that I still haven't finished yet, right? I feel like they're both really long games. Hollow Knight or Okami? I have an idea. Wheel of Names. Hollow Knight, and then White Dogo Game. There. Hide myself. Oh no, I didn't hide myself. Hide. There. Let me see my Hollow Knight playtime. Hollow Knight. Okay, we have Hollow Knight and White Dogo Game. Which one would it be? Let the wheel decide. 53 hours? How do I play Hollow Knight? How long? 14. Huh. Since we're both slow gamers, I guess, yeah, sounds about right. 53 hours. I'm still gonna let the wheel decide, alright? Optional everything as well. Well, I don't think I want to do every single optional in the game, but we'll see. Alright, Wheel of Names. What would you decide? Bing. White Dogo Game? Looks like it's White Dogo Game. White Dogo Game it is. Guess tomorrow I'll be playing Okami. Alright. The wheel has spoken. The wheel has indeed spoken. Let me block the screen. Okami game shouldn't be much longer than that. Honestly, I have no idea. I only played until like in the Shinshu field. Doma. I didn't even get the bomb on the power on the PS3, so I don't know how long the game is gonna be. But we'll see, right? Okami is tomorrow. Alright, let's do some Okami. Thanks, Wheel of Names. You're the best. Okay, I typed the raid to Gaijin. So, before the raid, I wanna say, pair bombs, hi. Oh, hi. Care to join us with the raid? Hope you're doing good too. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing. Keep being amazing, alright? Know that you guys are all loved. You guys all valid. You guys all matter. Yeah. You guys are all valuable. We're gonna see that great Susano. I don't like Susano. And here comes the raid to Gaijin. Biggity. We're raiding Gaijin. People are asking about like how's the meter gain change looking so far? So it's about 10% less or so. People are saying it. Wow. 10% less doesn't seem too bad. Oh yeah, Corporate says hi. Corporate says hi. I need to do more emotes. I really need to do more art. I hate it's all because of Skyrim. I blame Skyrim. Jukes are welcome. Jokes are welcome. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Sorry, my brain doesn't work right now. Because I'm a little bit too hungry. Just a little bit too hungry currently. I'm okay. I'll get food afterwards, like immediately. Looking at Gaijin play Them Strang Hurts makes me want to play it a little bit. Maybe I should play a little bit someday. Like I used to have Saturday. Wait, the tumbler across the road catch up. I'm gonna cry. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Be safe. Bye. Bye. Kunutulu.
My god, good Droxen! Thanks for the raid. It's been